preparations, well, full year of meetings, but prior to that, we've had about 2 years of preparations into this hosting of 2015 summit. I believe that at this point we are ready to receive all of our delegates. As in fact, as of last night, most of the senior officials have arrived. Some continue to arrive throughout the day today, and then tomorrow on the 13th, tomorrow they start with the concluding senior officials meeting at the Marriott near the airport. This is a very significant event for us. I believe this is the first time that we have 19 other heads of state, heads of government, plus 2 leaders of economies, plus 1 guest country, Colombia, that will be who will be attending the APEC 2015 process. Therefore, it involves not only the government but the whole Filipino people hosting this group of luminous these leaders who have in their agenda the facilitation of trade within the region. So, as we are in the final phase of our hosting, I hope that our countrymen will understand that we host APEC because part of our obligation, in a way, we host in turn. The first was in 1996, and this is our second time to host APEC. So we ask everyone's cooperation and patience and indulgence, and we request that they all show the Filipino brand of hospitality that we are well known for. We hope that we are able to successfully conclude APEC 2015 with the leaders' declaration being finalized during the leaders' retreat and meeting on the 19th. I would like to, at this juncture, thank all of the government agencies that have helped us operationalize all the concepts that we prepared for, and we also wish to thank the local government units who have hosted with us throughout the year. This include the local governments of Cebu, Iloilo, Bacolod, Boracay, Tagaytay, Bataan, and Clark. So plus Manila, because we held a few of the preparatory meetings as well here in Manila. Without their cooperation and their support, we would not have had a successful hosting of APEC 2015. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Painor. The floor is now open for your questions. We would like to remind everyone to kindly raise your hand and wait to be recognized before approaching the mic. Please introduce yourself and the media entity that you're representing. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ambassador. I'm Isabella Montano from CNN Philippines. So I have 3 questions, actually 2, from a colleague of mine. So the first one will be, is it true that you asked hotel and building owners along Rojas Boulevard to keep their windows shut during the APEC summit as part of security protocols? If so, why?
All right, yes, that is true. Part of how we can secure leaders as they go, leaders' convoys as they traverse Rojas Boulevard from their hotels coming into PICC is to have windows closed. And this is a basic security practice worldwide. In New York, for instance, when the UNGA commences in end of September towards October, they request all of the skyscrapers along uh, Manhattan routes going to the UN to have their windows closed, and that's a basic practice.
Okay, thanks. Second question will be, how are you addressing the inconvenience that the security for APEC will bring to the public?
Okay. There is no doubt that many of us will be inconvenienced, but that is part of the hosting. It just so happens that in this particular case, we are hosting APEC here in our capital. Many of the other APEC summits have also been held in their respective economies' capitals, and they have also experienced the same inconvenience, if not even more. So it is in this regard that we ask for the indulgence of our citizens, especially those who live here in the Metro Manila area, because they will necessarily have to suffer that particular inconvenience where they will not be able to move as freely as they used to. So, in fact, we have reiterated this plea of understanding to all of our citizens here in the Metro Manila area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May we please have the next question? Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Melo Acuña, Mr. Ambassador. I come from China Rate International. Is there any special unit tasked to protect Mr. Xi Jinping and his party, considering the concerns mentioned in media of the Chinese side? That's the first question.
Okay. All the leaders, well, we take care of the leaders in various different ways, but for security, leader security is taken care of by the Presidential Security Group. So the assignment for each of the leaders, not only the, President Xi Jinping, but for everyone, including the leader of Hong Kong, China, and the representative of the leader of Chinese Taipei, they will be accorded the same security package. So, but we tweak the security arrangements depending on threat assessment on the particular leader who is coming. So you have a standard, and then we tweak it up in the event that we are informed that the leader has a lot of security threats.
How would the organizing committee deal with mass actions planned by cause-oriented groups?
We have requested. We have not said that it is disallowed to have mass protest actions. They can anyone can of course articulate one's views and in public, but we have talked to the local government units a few months back, and they have designated areas where groups can have such gatherings. So and for as long as it will not affect one the movement of leaders, two will not cause our guests unnecessary and undue embarrassment, but primarily as long as it does not impinge on security, then everyone's allowed to say his piece.
One last point. How would the National Organizing Committee handle medical emergencies of Metro Manila residents affected by the traffic?
For medical emergencies, we have the Committee on Security handle this. This is in cooperation with the Department of Health, Department of Social Welfare, NDRIMC, and disaster management groups, including private agrupations. And this is, everyone is actually on alert. Of course, the President has declared 2 days of national holiday, Metro Manila holidays, plus 2 school and government holidays. This is to ensure that everyone, the traffic will be manageable, and that the movements of our leaders from their hotels to from the airport to their hotels to the meeting venues will be unhampered. Rest assured that the National Organizing Council has taken into consideration the safety also of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May we have the next question, please? Next question. Yes, ma'am, please.
Good morning, Ambassador. Rose Francisco from Reuters. Sir, can you describe, because you mentioned about the security preparation, can you describe at this point exactly what kind of security threats there are at the moment? What measures you have put in place? There was mention of the Chinese leader Xi Jinping's security as well. And second question, will there be, should we expect phone jamming as well, just like during the Pope visit?
Thank you very much. The security arrangements for the leaders have been planned by the Presidential Security Group. The threats and threat assessments have been conducted for each of the leaders, and of course we all know that they vary and differ depending on who the leader is. So the security preparations for each of the leaders, depending on their threat assessment, and in collaboration and cooperation with their own security forces, we come up with a security plan. We, I think, should understand that leaders, world leaders especially, the threat does not leave them when they get out of their respective economies or countries. The threat follows them wherever they go. In fact, sometimes they go to a particular place and the threat is even increased or exacerbated. So with all of this in mind, we have to have a plan that will address such a threat. Therefore, like I stated earlier, there are various different levels by which we protect the leader. But all told and all together, the policy is when the leaders move, then there should be no traffic moving also. And this is not only done here in the Philippines. Now that we are hosting the economic leaders, this is also the same in all of the Apec summits that I myself have attended in the years back. I think I've gone to about 16 of them. This is the norm. So we cannot do any less. So that's the inconvenience. That security by necessity creates. Now on the phone jamming, as of now there is no plan to have, or I have not been informed that there is such a plan to put off. It's not actually jamming, but it's to put off the cell sites of our telcos. No? It's otherwise it will be very difficult for all of us to communicate. So that has been addressed, and I think at this point we will continue to have our signals. Thank you.
Just a follow-up on the security preparation. You did mention that security is tight everywhere in every APEC host. But would you say that security risks are heightened because the meetings will be held in Manila this time, and why so? Why or why not?
Well, security is heightened because we have here a meeting or a conglomeration of a congregation of high-risk leaders, and therefore, if you have on a say of a case of 1 to 10, if a particular leader has a threat assessment of 7, for instance, when they all come together, they all assume the threat level of the highest one, because we cannot go any less. So if you have leader who has a threat assessment of 10, then that is what we implement. So that is, I think that's how I can reply to your question without having to go to specifics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have the next question, please? Yes, sir.
Hey, sir. Ivan Merina, GMA7. We ask our people for patience and understanding for the inconvenience caused by the hosting of this APEC meeting. What's in it for us? What's in it for them?
Okay. Perhaps I will answer that by the way I answered a similar question posed to me way back. If you look at the collective, our trade with APEC, our trade with APEC is 80% of our total trade, our total trade. And the growth, the average growth of the collective APEC economies is 8% annually since 1989 up to now. It has not gone down, even while there were, we had the world financial crisis in 1998 plus in 2008. So being a member of such a group where the economy is growing up and up and up, then I think even just by simple deduction, it means that there is something in it for us. We have asked a group to closely analyze this and illustrate how the common person merits or what they gain from all our membership in APEC and the inconvenience that they experience within this next week. The inconvenience is actually only for next week. We have to remember that we have hosted APEC since December of 2014, and we have had up until now 38 various different meetings, clusters of meetings, all totaling altogether about 200 plus. So it is only now that we experience the inconvenience, and it is because we have leaders coming in here. If this were only a ministerial meeting, then the security will not be as much. And in fact, as far as I remember, we have not had any real complaints except one in Cebu, because to begin with, Cebu's traffic is already quite tight. When we went there for the ministerial meetings of energy, finance, transportation, of course, traffic was affected. But if there's one thing that we have proven, it is that if everyone just follows the rules, principally not parking where they should not park, therefore making a 3-lane road into a 2-lane road because they're parking there or having their businesses occupying the road, then traffic will flow. So we tried doing that. Again, people were inconvenienced because they were used to parking their cars just anywhere. They didn't mind who was blocked. But here I think we have to emphasize that one person's actions can affect the others. So, but if we collectively agree that we follow the rules, etc., then I think the inconvenience will be much less. So, for me, what is in it for us? Quite a lot, quite a lot. And I hope that after all of the hoopla about the visitors coming in here, we will have come up with specific details as to how everyone will have benefited from our hosting of APEC 2015.
One more, sir. What do we expect to see in the leaders' declaration? Aside from economic issues, what are those that are high in the agenda for the coming week?
Okay, there will be, the leaders' declaration will contain only economic policies, and it will include part of it will be what we have pushed through our 1 year of hosting, and that's inclusive growth. the highlighting micro, small, and medium industries, pushing for sustainable communities, and transfer of technology or economic cooperation. So apart from that, there will be several others that will be, from my understanding, that will be covering a whole lot of issues that are not in and of themselves economic, like disaster mitigation, climate change. All of these affect, in fact, our economies. So these are the things that will come out of the leaders' declaration. These specific details, I think, Yusek Lula del Rosario will have a better will have a better way of replying to you than I would. Mine is just a general scheme of things. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Magandang umaga po, Ginoong Ambassador. Raymond Tinasa from Bombo Radio, Philippines. So far, with your preparations, what have been the biggest challenge you have met and hurdles so far in hosting this APEC Summit?
Maraming salamat sa tanong mo. Ang pinakamahirap talaga is yung seguridad ng mga ekonomiya natin, yung mga leaders ng mga economies. And that is because when they move and we stop other people from moving, then syempre may epekto yan. Nag-radiate yung epekto niyan all throughout the Metro Manila. Isipin na lang natin na pagka umulan ng malakas at bumaha dun sa corner ng South Super Highway at Buendia, our traffic is stuck for several hours. Ganon din ho ang epekto nito. How much more kung ang mga leaders natin will be crisscrossing Makati to PICC, the whole of Ross Boulevard from Manila Hotel all the way up to the end here. So talagang maapektuhan tayo.
Sir, last point. Is it actually inevitable to discuss during the summit or to touch in part that freedom of navigation, considering that majority or some of our world trade in the region runs through that West Philippine Sea? I mean, you mentioned that we will be focusing on economy, trade, and investment. Well, in fact, those trade will be, or actually passing through that region, that ocean.
Yun hong mga issues ng ganyan are, at this point, my understanding is these are discussed on a bilateral basis. Kasi nga, marami naman mga economies doon, no, from the Apec point of view, or countries from a political point of view, who are affected by such disagreements as of now. My understanding is it's being tackled on a bilateral basis mostly, because again, my other understanding is that it has not really affected the passage of commercial sea vessels in the area. No one has been prevented from passing through there. And I may be wrong, but that's my understanding. So, from an economic point of view, hindi ho tinatalakay yon dahil ang agreement is hindi naman yan naapektuhan ng buong APEC, lalo na yung mga taga-Peru, mga Mexico, kanyan eh. So, internal yan between and amongst the countries, not economies, the countries that are affected by this particular part of the region. So, yun ang alam ko na hindi natin dinidiscuss yan sa APEC. Pero, yung nakaka-apekto sa ekonomiya na apektado tayo lahat, like weather, disasters, climate change yan, yun, pinag-uusapan ho natin lahat yun. Kasi neutral yun.
Sir, last point. I understand the benefits in the long term of being member of the APEC. But how could we actually benefit from it, considering that World Bank report that on the interest of investors investing in the Philippines is actually affected by, for example, that infrastructure problems, and we are not actually ready to receive those promised investment in the country.
Kaya nga yun na kahit na alam natin na na magkakaroon tayo ng APEC 2015 Leaders Meeting ngayong November, a few months back, in fact a year ago, dinesisyonan ng Presidente na yung mga infrastructure projects natin ay isulong. Maapektuhan tayo. Kaya nga, di ba, meron tayong mga hindi natapos. Pero yung mga infrastructure projects na yan were not specifically put up for APEC. It is for the economy. And hindi rin naman kaila sa atin na talagang kailangan natin maglagay ng infrastruktura. So, we should not allow a meeting to get in the way of our own progress, where in fact this meeting is the one that is pushing for the call to better infrastructure and all of this, so that when investments come, nandoon yung infrastructure, it's better. So problems like ease of doing business, yon ina-address na ho natin yon. Marami yung problema, pero by and large, I think ang laki ng improvement na nagawa natin. Na noon siguro isang buwan bago ka maka-register ng kumpanya mo. Ngayon, very, very short na, a few days. Of course, in other economies, it takes only half a day to register a business, for instance. Pero yun ho yung higher standard that we wish to attain. Pero paunti-unti, mararating din ho natin yan.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Ambassador.
Next question, please. Sorry. You're first.
Good morning, sir. I'm Ellen Cruz of Tokyo Shimbun. Aside from the APEC summit, the press and many people will be interested about the bilateral meetings, because in this kind of event, the leaders take opportunity to meet bilaterally. So, sir, where are the venues of the? Do you know the schedule, the venues, and how will the press be informed about these meetings?
Okay. Yung mga bilateral meetings, they're still, shall I say, work in progress. Kasi this is one time where the opportunity for such meetings is very, very tight. Why? The leaders cannot come earlier than they would have wanted, because half or more than half of the 21 are coming from one meeting. So they'll all be coming here all at the same time, more or less. Then, again, another half will be leaving right after for another meeting. So, kung whatever free time they have in between, these are now being arranged. And most of this will be arranged at the last minute. Now, in most of these bilateral meetings, the press is invited only for a photo opportunity usually, because again, the discussions are deemed confidential because this is work in progress. And normally, right after that, then maybe what we can do is request for a statement from one or the other spokesperson of either economy that has had their bilateral meetings. For the Philippines, I think right now, if I recall correctly, because it's not under me directly, it's under the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have about 11 bilateral meetings. And this is not to include, ito yung formal bilateral meetings. This does not include what we normally call as pull aside. And the pull aside is only the two leaders going to one side and discussing an issue that affects both of them. So, ang participation nyo usually is you're told beforehand, and then because the area is small, then a pool is brought there from the media members of the two economies involved. It's not usually open for everyone, primarily because of space limitations. For the President, his bilateral meetings will be at the Sofitel Hotel. For the others, it is in their respective hotels. They have requested us to provide them venues. As host, we have to provide them venues, and the nearest that we can, that we have, that's what contracted, is Soler Hotel. So, meron ho tayong mga areas doon depending on their size and the way that they want it, whether boardroom type, lounge type, etc. Naka-set up po yun sa Soler. So they tell us they want to meet, then they go there. So, ang problema nga lang ho nun is it takes about 5-7 minutes to go from here, from PICC to Soler. Whereas kung sa PICC lang sana, nandun na sila. Pero unfortunately, we do not have that much space.
I see. Sir, how about we understand there's no bilateral between President Aquino and the Chinese president, but will there be an opportunity for them to meet briefly, or as you said, pull aside or something like that?
Oh yes, definitely. Because China was the previous host, we have what we call a troika, and this is a normal practice amongst the APEC economies who are hosting. Usually in the middle is the host, previous host, future host, and that's the so-called troika. And normally they are seated together. So the opportunity for the president and President Xi Jinping will always be there if they wish to talk about issues that are bilateral in nature.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next question, please. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ambassador Mitzi Borromeo from CNN Philippines. Going back to preparations, just to give us an idea on the numbers, you said this was 2 years in the making. How much money has been invested for this hosting, and how many people are behind it?
Okay. I saw a report that said 9.5 B. And since this is open, I can say it now. This amount went into the whole year of hosting, plus all the preparations that went into it. No? This was not spent on the acquisition of equipment and property. This is all mostly for hosting expenditures. We always say that every economy will have spent an average of about the same, more or less. I always say that ours is a fairly decent amount, something that we actually need, no? Because less than that, we will be short of expectations. As far as numbers are concerned, 2/3 of, or maybe even 4/5 of total personnel complement is security. Security because of the very high-profile nature of many of our guests, and of course the nature of world security today. In 1996, 9/11 had not happened. We had no problems about ISIS or any of these other world events or organizations that are coming up that affect particular countries and their leaders. And some of these leaders will be here. So we have to be ready, we have to be prepared, and to ensure their safety and ease of movement.
Okay, one more thing on security. It's of course, apart from protecting 20 leaders, it's also a challenge to protect thousands of APEC delegates. What kind of security measures are also in place for them? I understand in the EA protocols are also being leveled up.
Oh, definitely, yes. Sometimes we forget that, or we only look at the 21 leaders, and plus, by the way, there's one more country, Colombia, who is a guest, no? So altogether, there will be 20 heads of state, heads of government, including our own, and 2 leaders of economies. So for this particular meeting for next week, we already have on registry about more than 5,000. More than 5,000. We expect about 7,000, all here in the Metro Manila area. And that's the reason that our police have been stretched, well, normal, regular police forces in this area definitely are stretched. And so we've had to bring in augmentation from the various different regions. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay, perhaps we can have the last question. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ambassador
Morning.
Painor. I'm Carla Lim from TV5. Can you kindly enlighten us regarding how ready are we for the economic leaders' arrival next week? Because most of them, possibly not all, will be coming from Turkey because of the G20 summit. So how are we going to address the possibilities of them arriving simultaneously?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. Yes, about more than half are coming from Turkey, and the expectation is they will be arriving within minutes, if not hours, of each other. So, in our planning stage, what we did was we created 5 arrival points in the airport, and therefore the first one that arrives goes to arrival point 1, next one 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully, the 6th one will arrive 45 minutes after the first arrival, because our full cycle per arrival point is 45 minutes minimum, from engines off to allowing their delegations and leaders to get off, get into their respective motorcades, pull out the stairs, close the aircraft, and pull the aircraft out to its parking area, and from which point they unload the luggage. So that whole sequence will have consumed 45 minutes. So by the time point number 1 will have finished in 45 minutes, hopefully on the 46th minute, that's when leader number 6 is landing, and therefore arrival point 1 is now free. So that is how we created a system by which leaders can arrive at the time that they choose. Departure challenge is the same, but easier to manage, because again, half of the leaders are leaving for Kuala Lumpur for the ASEAN Summit. So what we agreed upon is that all the economies, including their leaders, will board where they are parked. Normally, protocol would dictate that you tow the aircraft to what we call the ceremonial departure point. But this time, everyone agreed. Doesn't matter where we are parked, is where we will load. And from there, after everyone shall have loaded, then they push back and then start their engines, and that's where the queue begins. So if, let's say, 5 leaders say, 6 leaders say, we want to leave at 11, then we tell them, come at 10:30. So if they all come at 10:30 at various different points, load, whoever is able to start its engines first has priority to leave. And then again, this is because some are coming in small executive aircraft of only 12. Others are coming in big aircraft, 747s with 200 people. Therefore, the processing is definitely different. So that is how we envision to control arrivals and departures.
Sir, addition to that, let me clarify, that's going to be a first come, first basis system?
In a way, yes. That's how it is. There is no protocolar order in the arrival and departure from the airport, because they're coming from very far places. If it is a 10-hour flight for one, and let's say coming from Turkey, 10 hours to come here, many things can happen in between. Strong tailwinds or strong headwinds will either increase your airtime or shorten it. Versus, let's say, somebody coming from Hong Kong, and we know it's only 1 hour and 45, so at least we're sure that within that 1 hour and 45 is going to arrive. So, again, when they are within the 40-mile radius is when we start stacking them up. And as they land, and we have a decent separation time for each arrival, then that's when we stack them up into the 5 arrival points.
So, sir, whether it's President Xi Jinping or President Obama, there's no particular arrival points that they are going to assign. We are going to assign them to.
Well, for again, in general, that is the policy. But again, it all depends on the size of your aircraft. Certain arrival points can only hold aircraft no larger than, let's say, an Airbus 320 or a Boeing 767. Any larger than that, you cannot arrive there. So that's a consideration. So for many of the leaders who are coming in here in wide-body aircraft, then they can only arrive at arrival point 1, 2, 4. So three arrival points.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please.
Ladies first. Ladies first. Sir, si President Aquino po nag-inspect mga Apec venues this Tuesday. Any particular instructions from the President after his inspection? Ano po yung mga binigay sa inyo na fine-tuning, ipapa-fine-tune pa na preparations?
Marami siyang mga nakita na kailangang baguhin. So, pinapatupad ho natin yun. Yung mga iba ho nun na hindi ko masabi dahil mostly security ang considerations. Of course, the President is very concerned about security. As any host would be, no? Tayo naman, kung ano yung instructions niya, gagawin natin. And then we try to soften that impact by many other ways. Part of which is, ito na nga, nakikiusap tayo sa ating mga kababayan na intindihin nila na talagang maabala tayo. Kasi even in our own private lives, no, pagka may bisita tayo, binibigay natin yung kwarto natin, di syempre saan tayo matutulog sa sahig, di abala yon. Parang ganon. In a bigger scale. So lahat tayo maabala. Pero ang isipin natin host tayo. Bisita natin sila. So ibigay natin yung nararapat. At isa yung point na halos lahat ng mga taga-Apec, without exception, they agree that we are very hospitable. Perhaps even to a fault, no? Na talagang kwan tayo. So, yung hospitality, hindi natin problema yun kasi naturalesa natin yun. So, ang hinihingi na nga lang natin sa mga tao, mga kababayan natin is pakiintindi lang ho na talagang ganun ang mangyayari kung tayo ang nag-host. Kasi syempre, talagang maabala tayo.
Basically, sir, the security was the concern na talaga ng Pangulo po doon. Pero pa po ba iba?
Of course, among other things. Syempre, pinag-usapan din yung mga kung tungkol sa leader's declaration, mga ganon. Pero karamihan nga yung mga ganon, syempre, hindi natin din masabi. Pero ang ma-assure ko sa inyo is President is on top of everything and has given us directive. Dapat our hosting must be a success from all points of view.
Thank you, sir.
Salamat.
Okay, can we have the last question, please? Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay. I just need a very last statement. If you could sort of sum up and say how confident that you are that we are really, really ready to host this. Can you quantify?
Yes. I've been asked that question quite a number of times. And again, I can say that we are 100% ready on November 21. So, well, kidding aside, I think at this point, at the very least, we are 95-97% ready. We're just fine-tuning arrival times from hotels to PICC and other venues, movements within PICC, movements within the CEO Summit, movements within all of the other venues where leaders will be, where they will have activities. So this is really a production of sorts where you have 21 different leaders that have common agenda, schedule, but they have also their own. So we have to ensure na their own, each economy's agenda will be followed hassle-free, walang nagbabanggaan, and that they come out of here feeling satisfied that they had done their work, that their objectives were met. And at that point, we can say that we have had a successful hosting of APEC 2015.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador Painor, for taking the time to speak with us this morning, and for everyone for your participation. May we invite everyone to Hall D for the opening of the APEC Expo Philippines 2015 to be led by Secretary Sonny Coloma. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. May I call on Assistant Secretary Virgilio Nadal to introduce our guest of honor.
Thank you, Clea. Okay, Secretary Sunny Coloma will now give his welcome remarks.
Mayor Jonas Cortez, Congressman Luigi Quisumbing, Ambassador Painor, other distinguished guests, our friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. For the duration of the Apec Economic Leaders Meeting, the International Media Center here at the World Trade Center is your home. It will be the place from which the media professionals and journalists will be doing their important work of conveying the important events and information emanating from the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. We Filipinos pride ourselves in extending the
role in driving discussions on inclusive business as the Philippines chairs APEC this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Undersecretary Adrian Esposaba Jr.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I see a few familiar faces in the audience, and I will thank all of you for being here in this morning's press briefing. I would like to acknowledge first the presence of my fellow IB advocates who are leading proponents and practitioners of IB. The Honorable Senator Bamakino, Ms. Erika Ishikawa of the International Finance Corporation, Mr. Marcos Noto from the UNDP's Business Corp Action, and of course our own Mr. Jaime Augustus Abel de Arala of the Arala Corporation, Mr. Rafael Lopa of the Philippine Business for Social Progress, and Dr. Emil Bauer from the Asian Development Bank. They are here to help us gain a deeper understanding of this concept of inclusive business. They will also be joining us later today to share their insights and expertise to further enrich discussions on IB and how it contributes to achieving inclusive growth throughout the region. For my part, I would like to point out that while the Philippines and the Asia-Pacific region have experienced solid sustained growth in recent years, addressing the lingering problem of poverty will make this growth truly inclusive. The theme of APEC 2015 is building inclusive economies, building a better world. And this underscores how business success and social good can go hand in hand by striking a healthy balance between economic gain and social good. While inclusive business is not a panacea to poverty, it is an effective approach to at least mitigating the incidence of poverty. IB models such as Jollibee in the Philippines, Canada Foods Cacao Growth Program, and Manila Water's Tubig para sa Barangay are examples of how businesses engage the poor and low-income communities as partners, customers, suppliers, and employees, transforming communities into a new market for goods and services, a tremendous source of talent, skills, and entrepreneurial drive. These IB models demonstrate the inclusive business results in greater sales, stronger supply chains, and immense brand value among customers and other stakeholders. We scheduled this briefing to give you enough time to write your stories to beat your 2 p.m. deadline. Most of you will be attending this afternoon's high-level dialogue in inclusive business, a rich source of information for your subsequent stories on inclusive business. So I'll turn over the microphone to Robbie Alampay to introduce properly our illustrious set of resource persons. Thank you. Thank you, Yusek Cristobal. We have a distinguished panel today to talk about inclusive business. We have with us a principal economist in the Asian Development Bank, whose most recent initiative is a cooperation between ADB's private sector department and various partners in creating an enabling policy environment for IB in various Asian countries. The ADB is a technical content partner of the BOI for the Inclusive Business Initiative in the Philippines, including this afternoon's Apec high-level dialogue on inclusive business. We have with us Dr. Armin Bauer. Beside him is the Executive Director of the Philippine Business for Social Progress. I won't get too long in introducing. RAPA is known to all of us. I'll try to be quick about this also so that we can jump straight into the dialogue later on. Mr. Rapa Lopa. We also have the team manager for the private sector and foundations of the UNDP Business Call to Action platform. He has spent 17 years at CARE International, last serving as Director of Partnerships and Special Initiatives, and Climate Change and Sustainable Livelihoods, Mr. Marcos Atias Neto. Beside him is the Chair and CEO of Ayala Corporation, again, somebody well known to most of us here. He is a member of various international and local business and social civic organizations, including JP Morgan International Council and the Mitsubishi Corporation International Advisory Committee. And he's also the Philippine representative to the Apec Business Advisory Council, or ABAC, Mr. Jaime Augusto Sobel de Ayala. We have with us, of course, the Chair of the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and the Senate Committee on Youth. He is a known stalwart of IB, a social enterprise founder of the Happy Meal program, Senator Paolo Benigno Bam Aquino. And beside him is the global head of the Inclusive Business Team at the World Bank's International Finance Corporation, Ms. Eriko Ishikawa, who will be delivering the keynote address at this afternoon's dialogue. So we'll get straight into the discussion about inclusive business. I'll let Ms. Ishikawa or Eriko take the first question, which is very basic for me. We've been hearing it for a number of years now. Is there any kind of consensus or a real definition that everybody agrees on? What is inclusive business?
You know, that is the question, isn't it? But I think the key is to be able to look at the poor communities and the men and women who are part of those communities, not as beneficiaries of philanthropy, but as actual economic agents. They are consumers.
So one of the first things we quickly moved on in the early discussion about, this is not CSR.
It is not CSR.
Okay. Now, inclusive business, operative word is still business, right?
It is still business.
Okay, please.
Exactly. And I actually have been working on this for quite a long time. And it's evidence-based from our own clients, including Manila Water is a client of IFC. And how do companies actually work with low-income communities to provide services? Or how do we buy, agricultural produce to bring into the, supply chain? So those were the things that we looked at for many years before this word got coined. And I know that it has different interpretations.
That's right, because I guess that answers the other part of my question, which goes back to social. There is no consensus necessarily. There is no formal definition, whether with the World Bank or the ADB or the ULDB or DTI for that matter.
Actually, this is where I'm very proud to say that in the next few days, the G20 will be embracing a framework on inclusive business, and my colleague here from the UNDP and us from the World Bank IFC, we were able to convince the G20 members to agree on a framework. And I'm going to actually read the definition because it's a little bit complicated. So inclusive business is a private sector approach to providing goods, services, and livelihoods on a commercially viable basis, either at scale or scalable, to people at the base of the pyramid by making them part of the value chain of companies' core business as suppliers, distributors, retailers, or customers.
Okay. Mr. Cristobal, I hear social enterprise in there. What's the difference? I also hear scale. Is it? We have been hearing about social enterprise, social entrepreneurship for many years prior as well. Is IB just a scaled-up implementation or framework of social enterprise, or is scale a factor in distinguishing IB from social enterprise?
I think basically that is the question, isn't it? You have to start somewhere. So whether you start as a social enterprise or an activity by a larger company, at the end of the day, if you scale and you can make money, then you have a business model. So IB is really inclusive business models. So that should be perhaps the aim, but it can start from any part. So
how does the DTI issue?
Well, from our point of view, we can live with that definition. Maybe just to simplify, for us these are innovative business models that embed in their business operations poor communities as key actors in their supply chain, whether as customers, suppliers, not out of altruism, but because it makes good business sense.
Yes. It adds to the bottom line.
It's profitable, sustainable.
Okay.
That's the way we are working with this concept. We've already worked with ADB to come up with 20 case studies of IB models in the Philippines. So it's an ongoing process. I think there are many nuances here we are seeing, but the principles are basically the same.
Okay. Well, let's bring in Marcos and Armin. Speaking of case studies, maybe just concretize it for everyone. I mean, are there examples? Give us the best stories that you have, whether from the Philippines or other developing regions. What are some very specific models and examples of inclusive business models that you've seen?
Just before I give an example, just to clarify, on the 20 framework that Eric mentioned that is going to be endorsed in the weekend in the G20 summit in Turkey, social enterprise is one of three types of inclusive business.
So inclusive business is the overarching concept in
you know, so we've created a model. You know, it's one of three types of inclusive business. So there's no difference. That's part of it. Right?
What are the other two?
The other one is inclusive business activities. It is traditionally what a large multinational, you know, will do. So we will carve a space within its overall core business and then work with the base of the pyramid. Right? And then the last one, which is really where we would like to see more and more, is what we call inclusive business models. Which is the working with the base of the pyramid is basically 100% of what a company does.
And there is a paradigm shift in the operations and in the whole...
In everything. You know, so, but in the end, you're absolutely correct. This is beyond CSR. You know, this is not the, you know, this is the convergence between core business strategies and operations with development.
Okay, so let's get to some examples.
Right, so let me give, you know, you've mentioned one. Mancombos, I think that's how you pronounce in Indonesia. Sorry, in the Philippines, in its cacao production. I think the notion that, you know, that organization is organizing its value chains from smallholders' point of view, right? And in that sense is already triple the income of the smallholders by securing the quality of cacao that it needs, you know, cacao that it needs, and even more interesting than that, in doing all of that through sustainable agriculture methodologies. In other words, not only inclusive by bringing smallholders sound.
But again, just to make a distinction from, I mean, pardon me if I call it a buzzword, but another buzzword that we had this year, you're talking about an innovation in the business model, in understanding that there is virtue
in bringing this community into the value chain because it makes difference. I'm just trying to make a distinction between that and the whole concept of fair trade. We're not talking fair trade in that particular talk. We're talking about something, a new supplier that can be brought into the value chain. It adds, it goes directly to the bottom line of the company.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be, there's no exclusion to being fair trade. It can be fair trade and it cannot be fair trade. It doesn't really matter, you know. That's because fair trade does not equate to inclusive business,
yes.
right? You know, but inclusive business can include fair trade.
Yes.
No doubt about it. But you're absolutely correct. If you look at the motivations of the company, in the example I was giving it, you know, one is I need production, and I need good quality production, right? I need a production that I can actually get a market edge to my competitors in it. You know, hence sustainable agriculture, hence working with women in that sense. So those are core elements that the company is trying to get from restructuring the supply chain. But it's not easy. Because when you look at the bottom of the pyramid, and now we can talk about that from the cases, there's a lot of market gaps. You know, so for example, a lot of those farmers that are being included in that value chain, they need training, they need financing. Yes. And a lot of government policies and
is the fact that we brought the price points down, brought the cost of service down, and the incremental payments that an individual or a community had to pay came down over time.
And the very model of people fashion level access to data.
And have incorporated into their model of encouraging businesses. So we've been part and parcel of that for some time now. With Senator Aquino has led the charge in building a competition law and defining it. We've been behind as a country in that sense. That competition law is actually creating a framework for businesses to compete. That will encourage lower prices and a more competitive environment. I think we cannot underestimate the work that's being done there. And together with the UP School of Economics, the Senator was kind enough to come and explain the thinking behind it in quite a bit of depth on what it could lead to in terms of inclusivity for the business community, and it's something we've been very supportive of. With RAPA, we've worked hand in hand in Mindanao. There are areas of our country that are still massively underserved, and the whole Muslim part of Mindanao is that we've worked hand in hand, both the Ayala Group and RAPA through PDSP, in trying to engage and support.
Already adopting the Boracay Action Agenda for micro, small, medium enterprises that will make cross-border trade easier for micro, small enterprises. Then the Ministers of Finance of Apec approved the Cebu Action Plan, calling for more inclusive financing, how to bring in the micro, small, medium enterprises into your financial and banking system. Then we had the SME ministers adopting the Iloilo Initiative. These are the conventional interventions on building capacities of SMEs. And then we had the Women in Economy, very successful here. They had a session on IB and women. So early this year, we decided to introduce into the APEC conversation inclusive business. Okay. We had a public-private dialogue in Cebu on IB, well attended. I mentioned the women already. Now we're having a high-level dialogue. And we've already convinced Peru to continue this next year.
In the next hosting?
In the next hosting.
Okay.
So that's how it came about here.
Marcos, you want to say something?
No, just a couple of comments. One is on Senator's mention that this is about changing development, right? And I think this is essential because we are now in the era of the Sustainable Development Goals. So coming from the UN, this is all that we think, you know. And what we know is that there's an approximately $2.5 trillion gap to finance the Sustainable Development Goals every year for the next 15 years. Then, you know, some of the member states says, where is this gap going to come from? Oh, from the private sector. Well, the only way that this gap is going to come from the private sector, if we generate a convergency between core business and the Sustainable Development Goals. It's not going to come from CSR. It's not going to come from philanthropy. It has to come from Mr. Ayala's core operations and strategies. At the same time that is profitable, it lifting people out of poverty, it's being environmentally friendly, and so on and so forth. So this is why Senator Aquino's vision that this is about changing development, it's essential. But companies can't do it alone. So it's important that we've identified 4 areas of policies that governments need to work on, right? to create an inclusive business ecosystem.
What are these 4 areas?
Rules and regulations, financing, information, and capacity building.
Okay.
But it's important that we've also noticed, together with Erico, that the normal private sector ecosystem, it's not adequate
Yes.
to facilitate and scale up inclusive business.
Yep,
We need on that. And then Rapa can answer
let me
that.
bring in Rapa, because I think that's a great point. We talk about MDGs. We've been talking about MDGs for the better part of the last 2 decades. And it is, I'm fair to say, it's fairly government centered. A lot of the pressure is in government. Every time the reports come out, government is still missing the targets on MDGs, on this and this and this and this. What are the metrics for the private sector to contribute to this $1 trillion gap on in closing the gap on MDGs?
Let me answer it in the sense of where we came from in PBSP, and I think this is really born out of that realization that PBSP is a 45-year-old organization. It's been doing a lot of philanthropic work on behalf of companies. Beyond that, we've actually also been managing grants from international organizations to actually address very specific social problems to augment what government is actually trying to address insofar as MDGs and SDGs are concerned. But as we looked at the work that we've been doing over the last 4 decades, we saw that, again, philanthropy is really just a drop in the bucket compared to the bigger systemic problem that any society needs to address.
Not to mention, not necessarily sustainable.
Not necessarily, exactly. And therefore, when you look at the systemic problems of a society in all its aspects, from health, education, jobs, even now climate change adaptation, you look at the full context and complexity of systemic problems that each country needs to face. The consequence of not having a clear agenda of how we, all the stakeholders in a society, work together to actually create sustainable models, sustainable business models that allow for all stakeholders to actually contribute to the challenge of systemic change or systemic problem solving needs to be put in place. And that's where I feel, since we represent business in our work, we needed to find a big advocacy that actually defines the role, the evolving role that business needs to play moving forward. Yeah. And I think to support the point that Undersecretary Cristobal is saying, I think the Apec is really a good venue to actually bring this whole conversation forward. I think that the important thing to remember here is that when we say inclusive economies, we also recognize that the big driver of economies is the private sector. Yeah. And therefore, to now define the inclusiveness of the private sector is the challenge that we need to really push forward. Okay. There are early adopters of the idea of inclusive. I mean, the Ayala group and a couple of other groups. But now we need to really strengthen and really push this so that, again, the business community gets into the act. But again, as mentioned, it's not just the business sector's role. Yeah. Government is to create an enabling environment for the business sector to actually do it. The community needs to be incorporated in, because the community, especially the low-income families, are the ones that are actually excluded from the economies that are growing all over the country. Okay. So I guess there has to be a process or a mechanism that allows for everybody, the stakeholders, in trying to create inclusive growth. Yeah. To actually come into play.
To Armin and Erico, how are governments responding to these, the 4 pillars that Marcos mentioned? How are they responding to the very notion of that we have to fix so many things and create the environment for these, with these 4 pillars?
This is interesting. Governments are careful, yeah? This is new. Inclusive business is new. So the private sector is innovative, trying to find things. But also they are very careful, yeah? Actually, particularly the large companies are careful. We have a few which are not so, yeah, which are saying, I try, yeah? But most of them are very careful. But governments are also careful. On the other side, you see governments really moving. So you see government in the Philippines moving. Actually, the first one I can see worldwide. So it's really example setting, moving with something like accreditation, policy alignment, IPP, Industrial Priority Plan, and so on. But then you see also other countries moving, like Indonesia. I went to Indonesia in May. I told a little bit about the story, and the coordinating Ministry of Economy is very much interested in this. The president's office very much interested, even the vice president's post, yeah, of course, in Indonesia. We have now a project prepared in Pakistan, where the Pakistan government wants to take a public sector loan from ADB to help inclusive business in Pakistan, something similar we started here in the Philippines. We have a discussion in Tajikistan, very interesting. Yeah, the Tajikistan government came to us and said, I heard something about inclusive business. I heard that can solve job problems, which we have. Could you come make a study and tell us what we should do in that direction? So, and that's exactly the reason why we want to go to the Apec, because we think if the economies can share more, this kind of ideas, what they do, and the business can share more in the ABAC part of the Apec, on their experience and how they, for example, move agenda. And last point, on the business themselves, I think there is an issue that government has to listen more to business, not just on making a better business environment, but making a specific business environment for inclusive business, because that's something different. It's for example, let's take a risk guarantee fund. That's what many people and many companies in the Philippines say. We actually need a risk guarantee. Banks say we need a risk guarantee, otherwise we wouldn't invest. Because the business model which a company is proposing is too complicated for us. It's not our traditional way of giving a loan to somebody. So in the case of the student loan program, the ADB is giving a risk guarantee, actually.
I see.
Without that risk guarantee, probably BPI would not even do it.
Okay.
So there is need for government to come in with specific incentives. These are not fiscal incentives, to make that very clear. These businesses are profitable. They do that because they make money. They don't need fiscal incentives. But they need other things. They need better land rights when it comes to housing. They may need a guarantee facility. They need naming, the accreditation type. They need to say, I am that type of business. And maybe you are not, you don't say that, but it means basically, why don't you change your business model?
Erica, what are some other trepidations that government, or what are some things that might actually excite them? I mean, let's be fair.
I agree with the panel that this is a time where development is going to have to be changed because the old model is not working. And therefore, this is a really great opportunity, but it has its challenges. For example, we tried through the World Bank to find out which policies are both pro-poor and pro-private sector. Very hard to find, because these are not labels that you can find easily. I'm sure they exist, but it requires, even for development organizations, to really look into very specific things of what has worked, what hasn't worked. Because pro-poor and pro-private sector, it's almost like nobody quite understands how those two circles can, intersect.
That's right.
However, when I see what the Philippine government is doing, when I see that Indonesia is interested, when I hear from Armin that there are governments that are interested, I feel very confident that this will be the way to the future.
Okay. Yes, Bam.
And just to jump off on the challenges that Erica was mentioning, there's a lot of challenges to really make this the main development agenda. No? One, for government, I think it's also working with the private sector hand in hand. No? Because government and the private sector, for some reason, usually tend to work in silos. And now you have to force them to actually work hand in hand. No? For the private sector, it's rethinking, unlearning, and then rethinking again a lot of the processes which they've been doing for the past 50, 60, 70 years. And that's a challenge for the private sector as well, because if they've been alive for that long, they've been profitable for that long. So why would they rethink successful strategies? But it even goes to the consumer. Because even for our consumers, the question is, will I support inclusive businesses with my hard-earned money? And currently, I don't think that's a factor yet. I'm going to go to this fast food chain because it's an inclusive business rather than the other one.
The movement leads to some sort of a seal of good housekeeping and...
Well, that's something we're trying to figure out, that accreditation. But moving forward, all of the sectors are challenged to really make this the main agenda for development. And if it does, then I think if everyone is able to get their act together, then that agenda becomes more plausible. But everyone has a role to play in making it happen.
Okay. Yes, Rapa.
Robbie, I just may add, since Mr. Ayala also mentioned the stuff that we're trying to do in Mindanao, specifically in the Bangsamoro region. Last September 14, a delegation that we headed together with some executives of Ayala and also the Pangilinan group of companies we actually sought an audience with Chairman Murad and the leadership of the MILF just to precisely express the business interest in investments in the Bangsamoro, even if the BBL hasn't been passed. No? I think this is born out of the realization and also the request of the MILF and the Bangsamoro people to really get jobs happening in that place.
Okay.
Because again, for the longest time, if you want to talk about excluded people, these are people that have been excluded for decades already. And I think one of the things that Chairman Murad mentioned was he truly appreciated the gesture of the executives coming all the way to Camp Darapanan to exactly see for themselves what's happening in that place. And in that conversation, it was brought out that there may be a need to actually create a mechanism together with, of course, the existing armed BOI and the current armed government, given that that's the existing government structure, to precisely explore already or define how can companies actually start investing in the Bangsamoro in a way that it actually ensures, for instance, security, it ensures proper labor relationships or farming practices, even sustainability practices.
Oh.
Because what they're seeing there is that this area is essentially literally frontier land because it hasn't been exploited to the extent that other parts of the country have been exploited. Therefore, to really start from scratch and really putting a framework of how to do business in the Bangsamoro becomes an imperative right now. And actually, as we speak, we together with the armed BOI, representative of the MILF and the Bangsamoro Development Authority, are actually crafting a proposed framework of how to do business in the Bangsamoro, which in a way we will be able to actually link up also to the initiatives of the World Bank and JICA insofar as creating this Harvest Fund, which is an investment, which is a loan facility that will be offered to private companies who want to actually get into the Bangsamoro region even before the BBL is passed. But you can see all of these things really underscore the need for multi-stakeholder conversations to actually define and agree how do we do this thing together.
Okay.
Because it's a very complex idea, but the challenge is really getting people of like mind, like spirit, essentially saying we gotta do this and this is the way we should go.
Okay. We have time for questions from the journalists in the room. Would anybody like to ask a question? Yes, please. Could you introduce yourself and your organization? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Amy Remo from the Philippine Daily Inquirer. It was already mentioned the need maybe for policy changes to make the environment more conducive for IB models to take off. Maybe can you identify what kind of policy changes will be critical so that we can provide, these companies, so that they will be incentivized to go into these inclusive business models? Thank you.
Yes, anyone?
Hi, Amy. Firstly, I think is the probably clearer incentives from the BOI, with regard to businesses who are engaging in an inclusive activity or an inclusive business model. That's number one. But there are actually some policies we've already enacted that should create that better environment. No? So for example, we passed the Go Negosyo Law in 2014, and that will enable a lot of your SMEs to be able to level up, hopefully to the point where they can engage in larger markets also. When we say larger markets, we don't only mean larger selling areas, but also engaging in larger supply chains. No? So what we're trying to look at is how to link up our poorer communities and our smaller businesses with larger communities, with larger markets through larger businesses. And by being part of that value chain, the wealth can be shared more. And as we know, inclusive growth is also one of the challenges that we face in the Philippines. So you need to enable your communities to actually engage in that supply chain or in the larger IB context. At the same time, you need to also incentivize your businesses to be more inclusive in the way that they work. So it really happens on both sides and both areas.
Yeah. Marcos.
No, without specifically talking in the Philippines context, from two examples of policies. One is information. There's very little information, market research, market information on the lower consumers, right? So if you want to be an entrepreneur today and your market target is the rich, you can go anywhere and buy market data. You know, who they consume, what they do, you know, and so on and so forth. That information simply doesn't exist for the low part of the population. So how does that, what kind of policies but I tell you who has that information. Governments have that information, primarily on the cash transfer programs, right? So how can governments sanitize that data and make it available to entrepreneurs that want to invest in the bottom of the pyramid? So the data exists, but it's not being shared, and it has to be sanitized. The other one is financing. We talked about financing here several times. Inclusive business will take time. It is not something that is conducive to the short-term capital markets that we live under today. You know, a company that has to report quarterly to Wall Street or project quarterly will be having a hard time to wait for the return on inclusive business. So some companies that are making that change to inclusive business, Unilever is an example, have unilaterally decided to stop reporting quarterly to Wall Street. You know, they pay a price on their share when in down, but they believe in the long term they're going to win. However, what are the policies that government can do that unleash long-term culture and long-term capital, right, out of the capital markets? The capital markets is important, you know, but it has to change its philosophy of short-term returns.
Yeah. Yusek Cristobal, is there anything there that rings a bell for DTI or something that's related already to some immediate impact initiatives on the DTI?
Yes, the Go Negosyo Act really rings a large bell. No? We're the ones implementing that act. No? So I think that's major. That's on the macro side. At the same time, it addresses the micro. It really has programs for MSMEs, no? in the field. I think at the policy level, there are three levels: maybe policy and just facilitation, operations, no? And direct intervention of programs. At the policy level, I think from hearing and reading these case studies, finance is really key. Somebody who's willing to take that risk,
yeah,
that your conventional banking system will not do. No? So that's a policy level intervention, but it's also reorienting your institutions.
Yes.
I'm thinking right now we have the small business corporation.
Yeah.
It's an institution that guarantees risks. So that could be reorienting these institutions.
Yeah.
No? Or your government-owned, controlled corporations. How can you manage that? On the facilitation, it's how to get your different agencies coordinating closely, recognizing clearly that kind of activity,
yeah,
and facilitating its needs,
yeah,
whether it's clearances, permits, no, that kind of thing. Direct intervention, we need to mobilize the business groups down at the provincial level. It's not just always PBSP or PCCI or the business clubs here, no? But it's really at the grassroots, together with your local government units and your field people from DTI, for instance, or agriculture, linking that small micro enterprise to that larger value chain. It's really finding them, putting them together.
Yeah, Mr. Zobel, and Senator Bam and then Yusek Cristobal touched on this, the bottom and the top. I guess when we talk about incentives, it's really about helping the people at the bottom, but not to give the government an easy out here, but because it is business and it makes sense, as we say. Is there enough incentive in the whole framework of inclusive business for the private sector to do this on its own, with or without government incentives or without government changing?
I have a very distinct philosophy. The reason we embraced this business model, not now, but 5, 6, 7 years ago, is that it just makes business sense. Where I think the government can play a key role is less on rules and regulations, which actually we have a pretty good framework in the country as it is across the board, and we have new ones that the senator has been espousing. We're in good shape. What we really lack is still, and I think the government's aware of this, is an infrastructure base that is allowing this growth to breathe.
Okay.
You know, growth by its very nature creates bottlenecks, and our country has been growing for more than a decade now at a very fast pace. It has been difficult to catch up with the infrastructure needed for that. Corporations generally adjust quite quickly to growth numbers. You put capital expenditures, you raise capital, you go to the capital markets, you go to the debt markets, you put whatever plants, equipment are needed to facilitate that growth. Governments, by their very nature, are a little slower because of the nature of elections, the fact that people change, so they adjust a little more slower to growth. I don't think you need rules and regulations. I just think you need to overweight tremendously the need for all the infrastructure that's necessary to allow that growth to happen. Believe it or not, that will lead to inclusive growth. So if you're a farmer in the Cordilleras, I've been across the Cordilleras many times in my life. In the past, it's just so difficult to take goods from the Cordilleras and bring it, say, to Manila, a major market, to sell. The roads are difficult. This has improved tremendously, by the way. I think there's been tremendous improvement in that. But imagine if you just multiplied that, overweighted the infrastructure part, made it easy for goods to move, bring costs down. That in and of itself begins to change it. So in summary, I believe it's less about rules and regulations. I think businesses will go there. People want to engage markets. And we need our GNP and GDP numbers to incorporate not just a few, but many more in our population. I think where government can play a role is as a catalyst by just enabling that infrastructure to flow and overweight it at a whole different pace to what it's done. And that's not necessarily their fault. A political system by its very nature. Philippines, by the way, is not the only one lacking. If you look globally, the United States constantly complains that they are not anywhere near. They had big moves back in the 30s and 40s. That's when the highway system in the U.S. got built. But right now, they're lacking. Their airports are older than the ones in Asia. So it's not just countries like ours. It is a need that all countries face. And by the way, the last element is this trend towards urbanization. Cities are becoming magnets for people. And by the very nature, I've argued in different forums that density in and of itself is not a bad thing. It results in creativity, movement, ideas, markets. But we have to make that density livable. So all of these things are the elements that I think would encourage inclusivity.
Yes. A quick comment. No? I'm also really glad to hear that, because one reason why Armin said governments are cautious, at least on our part, we're cautious because these models have been growing without government doing anything yet. Sometimes when we try to do something, the opposite happens, no? So we're very careful, we're studying it carefully, we want to promote it, we want to consult people like Jaime, find out more before we really make a move. Even write one letter on a rule about this, no? On accreditation systems and all that. Right. And our experience with the IT BPM sector since 2001, when there were just 5,000 seats, and now there are over 1 million employees in the sector, is we didn't put any rules. We did promotions, we asked them what they needed, the infra, and we brought them in missions, we marketed it. They got organized and they grew. They're still growing, double digits a year.
So do no harm first.
So we're really careful. We might, make things more difficult with rules.
Okay. Any questions from the yes?
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning. Ruel Castro Malaya. Just to a little clarification. We know that being business, is all about the lowest possible cost, the lowest risk with the biggest return. So if we want to have inclusive business, wouldn't it be better if businesses would take a slightly higher risk with a little reduction in their margins? But so how do we encourage the business to do that without passing the risk to the government?
Is that you're Jeff, no? Roel, sorry, Roel. I'll give you an example of Jollibee, no? So the quite famous example of Jollibee is that their onions are being bought directly from farmers in San Jose, Nueva Ecija. And they made the commitment for that part of their supply chain, as much as possible, they'll buy locally. While before, they were actually importing, no? Now, they're not buying at a higher rate from the farmers from the market price. They're actually buying at the same rate. But for the farmers, that's a big step, no? It's a big leap in their income because previously they would have to go through 4 or 5 layers before they got their products to market. So for the inclusive business, you don't necessarily have to buy from suppliers at a higher cost. You don't even need to subsidize, no? But you give them that fair shake by buying at that price but making sure they capture the value of the products that they are selling. Initially, there's really a cost. And for Jollibee, it's about 2 to 3 years. The cost was their foundation, working on this program. The cost was Catholic Relief Services, working with the community to prepare them to sell to a larger supply chain. And of course, there was support, no, from the local government unit, from national agencies, and even from a microfinance institution. So there is added cost to operationalize an inclusive supply chain, but it can be very temporary. But in the end, if you look at the gains, because it's an 8-year program, so for 3 years, there was cost, but for the remainder of the 5 years that the program has been up, they've been buying at a rate that's market price. The value is created for the farmers, which was their original goal, and the cost is now less.
Yeah.
You could even argue that that cost is really the job of government anyway, no? To support the farmers, provide the inputs, etc., etc. So the cost doesn't necessarily have to be higher in an inclusive business. In fact, it can be at par. It can even be less if you do it very efficiently. But for that temporary cost, that's where partners can come in. And that's maybe where government can come in as well to supply that temporary time where the cost will be a little higher.
Or social enterprise?
Yeah. In the case of Jollibee, your Catholic Relief Services and your microfinance institution, which was ASHI, served as that social enterprise linked to the whole supply chain. Without that community organizer, the farmers wouldn't be able to sell at the quality and the quantity that Jollibee needed. But again, no, it was all the groups working together. And most of the successful inclusive business models have all groups working together well. The private sector, government, even your social enterprise or your community enterprise, especially the community, also undergoing some level of transformation to be able to engage at that level.
This is why I wanted to make a distinction earlier on about fair trade, organics, and even environmentally friendly or whatever, because people do have that stereotype that when we talk about including a community, that because they don't have scale, that there is the assumption that we know the dangers there because they tend to be more expensive because they don't have scale and so on. But I just wanted to bring in, Rapa had another example earlier on about Nestle. And you made a very good point about stressing that this wasn't about fair trade, this wasn't about, and so on, it was just about costs.
Yeah, because like one of the challenges that Nestle mentioned when we were discussing this whole idea of inclusive business and how Nestle plays their card in this particular space. One of the things that they told us about 3-4 years ago was that what they needed to address as a business challenge, which is therefore a business concern more than just really looking at whole inclusive models, is really the stability of their procurement, no, of their purchasing. Because at that time, about 70% of their requirements for domestic production was coming from importation.
Of coffee.
Of coffee beans, no? Of coffee beans. And about 30% was their domestic procurement. Therefore, they were saying it is in our interest, it is in our business interest to make sure that we actually increase our domestic procurement rather than depend on the importation, because again, they compete with the rest of the world in trying to access that kind of product. And depending on how other markets grow in other economies, they will be threatened if they are unable to get it from the local and domestic production. And therefore, for them, it is an imperative to actually encourage farmers to start planting Robusta, the Robusta variety, which is their main raw material for the Nescafe and their 3-in-1s. No? And therefore, you can see that it even began with a business concern. And then when you go down and try to actually link the whole supply chain, it's not also a matter of creating a price subsidy to allow for farmers to actually increase their incomes. No? It became a factor of actually teaching farmers to plant the right variety that will yield better, create better yield to actually translate to higher income. because at the end of the day, they have to buy at market price because it has to compete with the imported raw material. So therefore, playing the whole system, looking at the whole market system, and really innovating on how do you actually improve the lives of people in this whole market system is the challenge of inclusive business. And that's where, again, as Bam was mentioning, Senator Bam was mentioning, we need to get people to also engage in helping the communities create community-based enterprises to actually allow them to manage their farms better, to produce the volume that can actually become more financially viable for each household that gets into this business. So you can see it's really about business, it's about the market, but the innovation needs to happen on the ground on how to actually include the people that have been excluded all these years.
Thank you. One last question from the floor. Anyone? Yes.
I'm Victor Saulon from Business World. I'm interested in continuity. How far do we go with this? As in media, would want to know the numbers. When do we say that, okay, business has become more inclusive? What measures do we have in place?
This is a super question. Thank you very much. It's a super question. Because at the end of the day, what we have to report on is, one, we have more Ayala companies and these business models. So we have more companies doing that. That can be done through a registration system like in BOI and the accreditation and so on. But what we really need to report on is we have created so and so many new jobs which pay more for the farmers without exploiting the company. Yeah? So you can pay more for the farmers, for example, by kicking out the middleman. Yeah? The farmer can get more because you kick out the unproductive middleman, or by introducing innovations in the business model what you have. So we have more new jobs, we have more better paid jobs, and we have new services. For example, the super story of Ayala Water, Manila Water, is 2.7 million households in the slum areas of Manila are now connected at a price which is 1/10 of the price these people paid before, or 1/5 of 1/7, I think, 1/7 of a price the people paid before. Yeah? And they have now clean water in 7 days and 24 hours. So this type of stories we have to report, but we have to, and I think Ayala reports that in the CSR reporting. But where we really need to report it is in the government system. And that's why we need a central agency which is doing the registration, saying, in the year 2014, we had maybe 50 inclusive business companies, models, whatever, creating so and so many jobs and giving so and so this type of services, water, health, whatever it is. Yeah. In the year 2016, we had so and so many more. Actually, our inclusive business program in ADB, where we think we can invest so and so much money in the next year in companies worldwide, in Asia, not worldwide. We have this type of figures. We say we want to achieve whatever 2 million jobs, new jobs. It's easy. It's really easy. His example of the coffee company in Nestle, they create 70,000 new jobs, 70,000 new jobs, and the farmers earn roughly 20% more than the farmers earned before because of that model. Kenema Food, 20,000 new jobs, cacao, yeah? 20,000 new jobs, similar, 20% more. I know another coffee company, 20,000 new jobs, 60% more earning for the farmers. So this is the type of metrics we need to generate, and we need the government agency which is reporting that, because this is the contribution of the private sector. Private sector reports that already. Actually, you could go already through the CSR reports of the private sector and find, sustainability reports and find those numbers. This is very interesting.
Marcus wants to add
But the metrics, it's also a bottleneck. We know that in large companies, some managers that believe in this struggle to convince their directors and their senior people to go and invest in this because data is difficult to measure. So in the business call to action, we have 137 companies, and collectively they're creating 200 million jobs. The truth is, we don't really know if they're going to create 200 million jobs. So what we are putting in place is that we are designing right now a model, right? And we are doing that for the next 3 years, which is 23 companies. So we are going down with 23 companies and creating a mobile model, which is inserted into the business core operations on how to measure if what you said you were going to accomplish socially and environmentally, you were indeed accomplishing. And the idea is that out of those 23 impact services with companies, that we can extrapolate in a model that we can then offer anyone how to measure the social impact of an inclusive business. Now, I'm an optimist. By the time we come in 15 years to discuss what's going to replace the new sustainable development goals, I hope we will no longer going to be having to say inclusive business, because all business will become inclusive.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have to close. If the panel doesn't mind, I'll let Erico have the final word. This press conference was also a lead-in to the high-level dialogue that will take place immediately. Our journalists will stay on for the rest of the day, for the rest of the weekend, for the rest of the week. What can they expect by way of discussions and probably debates on inclusive business, on defining it, on setting up mechanisms or setting up metrics and so on? What can they expect, and what questions in particular would you have them ask? What are the hard questions that you would have them ask the delegates, whether from the private sector or the public sector?
Well, for one thing, I think the biggest thing we need to do is awareness raising. And I think that, inclusive business has to be cool. It really has to be something that all of us think that it is the future. And specifically, the younger people, the social entrepreneurs that the senator talked about. We need to mobilize more and more people to really think that this is the kind of work they want to do. Now, for the session today, I think I'm not going to disclose everything, because otherwise people are not going to stay on.
Yeah, but we need controversy. You understand that.
I think that the definitions are different in different parts of the world. The kinds of ability of the government to actually step in is different. But the one thing I have to say is that the important thing is that we have over 450 inclusive business investments, and most of them never had any government help. So the inclusive business can really survive. It doesn't really need the government's help. Now, the government could stay out of the way, or they can actually do the part that the senator mentioned.
Yeah.
There are so much capacity building that is needed, especially in the rural areas. And companies, private sector companies, are actually doing it themselves. But in reality, if the government could step in on that portion of capacity building, more companies would invest in inclusive business.
Okay. Okay, with that, we'd like to thank our panelists. We'd like to thank Armin, Rapa, Senator Bam, Erico, Yusek Che, Mr. Zobel, and of course, Marcos. Thank you, everyone. Sige. Yeah.
Can you stay for a photo?
and example
the private sector and APEC 2015 CEO Summit Host Committee's Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Guillermo Luz.
Your Excellencies, ambassadors, senior officials, friends, guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this APEC high-level dialogue on inclusive business. I'm honored to be your master of ceremonies for this afternoon's dialogue. Now, you've all heard about inclusive growth. This year, we are now looking at the business end of it, inclusive business. So this year, as we usher the inclusion of inclusive business in the APEC agenda under the theme Building Inclusive Economies, Building a Better World. As we discuss inclusive business this afternoon, we recognize the role of IB in addressing the age-old problems of the poor while contributing to new levels of prosperity for companies here and around the region. This afternoon, we will clarify the concept of inclusive business and hear about examples of IB from the private sector. We will also discuss what the government can do to support inclusive business with the view of proposing the addition of inclusive business in APEC's official work program for 2016 and 17. Joining us this afternoon are senior officials and APEC members, members of the APEC Business Advisory Council, esteemed panelists, and guests who will help us understand how inclusive business fosters growth in the Asia-Pacific region that benefits one and all. First, I would like to acknowledge and thank the following officials from our Department of Trade and Industry: Undersecretary Ponciano Chito Manalo of the Industry Promotions Group. There's Chito standing here. Thank you, Chito. Undersecretary Noya Terrado of the Management Services Group, and Undersecretary Zenaida Maglaya of the Regional Operations Group. I would like to also acknowledge Undersecretary for International Economic Relations, Laura Del Rosario. Is Laura here? And Ambassador Angie Santa Catalina, Deputy Director General of the APEC National Organizing Council. Also joining us this afternoon are luminaries from the private sector. I'm glad to see my colleagues from the Ayala Corporation, where I work as an Associate Director. I would like to welcome our Chairman, Mr. Jaime Augusto Zobel de Ayala, who is joining the private sector panel on discussion on inclusive business models. Now, to officially start this afternoon's session and to kick off our discussion on inclusive business, Undersecretary Adrian Cristobal of the Department of Trade and Industry will show us how inclusive business is instrumental in fostering inclusive growth. As the Undersecretary for Industry Development and Trade Policy, Undersecretary Cristobal is the Philippines' lead trade negotiator and is largely responsible for the country's trade and investment strategies and policy. Undersecretary Cristobal is Vice Chairman and Managing Head of the Philippines Board of Investment, which brought inclusive business at the forefront of discussions in the Philippines and in Asia. A lawyer, a business columnist, and a professor at the De La Salle University, Mr. Cristobal has been in government since 1991. Previously, he performed various functions under DILG, the Department of Interior and Local Government, was Undersecretary for Consumer Welfare and Trade Regulations in the DTI, and Director General of the International Property Office. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to welcome a very good friend, Undersecretary Adrian Cristobal.
Thank you, Bill. The Honorable Senator Bam Aquino, my colleagues from the Department of Trade and Industry, Undersecretary Zeni Maglaya, Undersecretary Noya Terrado, Undersecretary Chito Manalo, Duay Governor Oliver Butalid, Mr. Eriko Ishikawa from the International Finance Corporation Inclusive Business Team, Dr. Alan Bollard, Executive Director of the APEC Secretariat, Ms. Doris Magsaysay Ho, Mr. Jaime Augusto Sobel de Ayala from the APEC Business Advisory Council, Mr. Marcos Neto from the UNDP's Business Call to Action, Mr. Rafael Lopa from the PBSP, and all our partners from the APEC economies, private sector, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends. Good afternoon, and thank you for taking time off from your hectic schedules to be present today. The collective knowledge and experience in this room is a force to reckon with. Our speakers are luminaries in their respective fields, from the captains of industry to one of the Philippines' youngest and most dynamic legislators, to leaders of the largest multilateral organizations in the world. We are also joined by CEOs of large corporations, highly influential civil society advocates, and policymakers whose decisions shape the lives of millions. The Asia-Pacific region is the global growth leader at present, and is expected to remain as such over the medium term. The economic outlook for the region is favorable, despite a recent slowdown. The IMF projects that growth in 2016 may closely parallel this year's figures at 5.4%. The Philippine experience mirrors that of the larger region, driven by strong consumption figures, fresh investments, foreign remittances, and the exceptional performance of our trade, services, and business process outsourcing industries. In the second quarter of 2015, the country posted 5.6% GDP growth, with household consumption growing by 6.2% and capital formation growing 17.4% in the quarter. The export of services was also strong, with 31.1% year-on-year growth. Even with the country's robust economic performance over the past years, poverty remains a challenge, with 1 in 4 Filipinos still poor and over 25 million subsisting on incomes below $1 a day. Poverty remains a problem in the region as well. An Asian Development Bank study revealed that over 700 million in the Asia-Pacific region, 2/3 of the world's poor, live below the global poverty line of $1.25 per day. These numbers represent actual lives and families who face the daily struggle to make ends meet. APEC ministers at the Structural Reform Ministerial Meeting noted as well a widening gulf between rich and poor, despite per capita income growth. The APEC 2015 theme, Building Inclusive Economies, Building a Better World, calls on APEC economies to address poverty if economic growth is to be truly inclusive. Through the years, a range of models and approaches have been implemented, and governments are now realizing that public policies and state programs should be complemented by business-driven solutions to poverty. Inclusive business represents such a solution. And what makes inclusive business a viable solution to poverty alleviation? Inclusive business are innovative models where companies engage the poor and low-income communities as partners, customers, suppliers, and employees in their supply chains, not out of altruism, but because it makes good business sense. The integration of these communities into global value chains improves their quality of lives and make better business with diversified supply and distribution systems. This way, the communities are transformed into a new market for goods and services, offering tremendous source of talents, skills, and entrepreneurial drive. This partnership strengthens value chains and ensures the sustainability of businesses and their host communities, while striking a healthy balance of economic gain and social good. APEC members acknowledge this as well as in their adoption of the Boracay Action Agenda for micro, small, and medium enterprises, the vast majority of which are micro in scale and in the informal sector. From a government viewpoint, IB helps us meet our development and poverty reduction goals. In our experience, these models result in spreading the benefits of growth,
to the poor by providing decent, well-paying jobs and high-quality services to poor communities. A number of successful cases of IB can already be found in the Philippines. Identified in studies by the DTI and the ADB, these cases demonstrate how inclusive business simultaneously serves the business objectives of companies while addressing poverty issues. Kennemer Foods provides a strong case for IB engagement. Under the company's cacao growership program, smallholder farmers supplying cacao beans to Kennemer are on track to realize a 7-fold increase in annual income, taking these farmers straight out of poverty. The farmers also saw a 4-fold increase in crop yield, making them more productive contributors in the growing economy, while ensuring for Kennemer a reliable supply of cacao in the long term to satisfy orders from global customers. Kennemer is looking to integrate a total of 35,000 farmers into the program by 2020. Nestle's Nescafe plan, on the other hand, offers technology, training, and technical support to tens of thousands of Filipino farmers, developing them into long-term direct suppliers for the company. Through a combination of direct buying and capacity building, Nestle is hoping to grow local sourcing from 30% to 75% of total supply, while engaging over 83,000 farmers as suppliers by 2020. This is expected to result in significant supply chain cost savings for Nestle, as well as new competitive advantages from the use of Philippine Robusta coffee beans, which offer superior yields in instant coffee processing. Yet another is Manila Water's Tubig para sa Barangay program, which effectively lowered the cost of a cubic meter of water from 150 pesos to 7 pesos for 1.6 million low-income residents of Manila. They now enjoy clean, potable water 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The program also improved Manila Water's network efficiencies, resulting in a reduction in system losses from 63% in 1997 to 11% today. Specifically, 700 million liters of water is recovered per day, thus saving the capital expense of building a medium-sized dam of about 25 million pesos. With satisfied customers turning away from illegal connections, Manila Water saw an improvement in collection efficiency from 15% to 100%. The experience of Kennemer, Nestle, and Manila Water strengthens the case of inclusive business as sound business. IB results in greater sales, strengthens supply chains, and builds immense brand value among customers and stakeholders. To support such companies, the Board of Investments has integrated IB in its investment priorities plan and will soon align industry support initiatives to prioritize IB. Our focus is on identifying and promoting IB models, encourage more companies to come up with IB solutions of their own, and establish an enabling policy environment where such businesses can thrive and flourish. In doing so, we follow the lead of countries in Latin America and the OECD, as well as the G20, where concrete policy options on inclusive business are already in place. This brings us to where we are now, the high-level dialogue on inclusive business, the main platform for discussing IB at Apec 2015. This builds on prior discussions during the Apec Public-Private Dialogue on Women and the Economy last September, and the Apec Investments Experts Group Public-Private Dialogue on Inclusive Business last August. At the IEG meeting, we recommended making IB a new area of engagement for Apec this year and the years to follow. Through this dialogue, we hope to gain a common understanding and a deeper appreciation of IB, explore its vast opportunities, and chart the next steps. It is with hope that our work here today will carve a permanent place for inclusive business in APEC and continue when Peru succeeds the Philippines as chair of APEC in 2016. To end, I would like to thank all our speakers and delegates who remain committed to pursuing initiatives that will help us achieve inclusive economic growth throughout APEC. With your energy and expertise, we are confident that our shared aspiration of inclusive growth will soon come to fruition. Thank you, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Cristobal. At this point, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Doris Magsaysay Ho is the president and CEO of Magsaysay Corporation, one of the biggest shipping and logistics companies in the Philippines, with offices in Asia, Europe, and the United States. Doris and her company have received various awards for good corporate social responsibility, such as the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Award in 2013 and the Intel AIM CSR Award in 2014. But more importantly, she is best known for being the chair of the APEC Business Advisory Council and a strong advocate in making inclusive business a part of APEC's official work agenda. I'm interested to learn from Doris about the difference between corporate social responsibility, CSR, and inclusive business. And I'm also interested in learning about the need to make CSR more strategic and using it to develop core inclusive business models that can help solve the problems of the poor. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to introduce Doris Magsaysay Ho, Chairman, ABAC.
Thank you, Bill. Senator Bamakino, Undersecretary Aaron Cristobal, Ms. Eriko Ishikawa, colleagues and friends, pleasant afternoon to everyone. When the APEC Business Advisory Council, I'm sure you all know, is the private sector voice to leaders established by the economic leaders in 1996, actually, when the Philippines hosted APEC at that time. So we are made up of 3 business leaders from each economy, so 63 of us meet 3 times a year in different host countries, economies, and then we meet on the 4th meeting at the host, AELM host location. So starting tomorrow, all the ABAC members start to arrive, and we have prepared a recommendation, a whole book like this, 180 pages, 84 pages, I think, recommendation to leaders, and which we hope reflects really the voice of business around the region in achieving the goals of the APEC. When we at the APEC Philippines were made chair because of our hosting, we sat down and thought, now what should we do to make an impact to the APEC system? We sat and really talked about what that theme should be, and we decided to focus on accomplishing an agenda on inclusive growth. We were therefore very thrilled that our government also ended up with this focus on inclusive growth, which made all our recommendations pretty much aligned this year. And we feel that it is a theme that resonates well in a region where small and medium enterprises account for 97% of business. When economic leaders met in Blake Island 22 years ago, the vision was to achieve stability, security, and prosperity for the region. While we have seen tremendous positive impact on trade liberalization and economic integration, bringing a lot of growth in trade and an amazing emergence of a new middle class, the distribution of gains remain uneven, and the benefits of economic growth not felt by all levels of society. We therefore felt really excited that inclusive growth, to broaden those participating in global trade could really have a meaningful impact to the APEC agenda. This year, we therefore placed SMEs at the core center of the work we're doing. The APEC actually works on several areas. One is to promote regional economic integration, connectivity, finance, and sustainability. And we normally have a working group that deals with SMEs. But we felt this year we would just do a little subtle change, which is instead of making SMEs another working group, that we would actually have that working group view everything we do and expand it so that it became equally relevant to SMEs. So we identified 3 areas that we would focus our recommendations around. The first was to bring more SMEs into global trade through e-commerce. And we commissioned a study by the USC Marshall School to study what are the impediments and barriers that hold SMEs from entering into e-commerce. We felt that for once in history, the idea of bringing more SMEs into global trade and inclusive growth models was really possible because of technology. The second one, the second part of that we feel is extremely important is to recommend to leaders that each economy must develop a robust innovation agenda, an ecosystem that would allow generations in the future to benefit from digital age. We felt that this innovation agenda for respective economies and also across borders is extremely important because it involves education at the lower elementary school level all the way up to college, so that this ecosystem for the future would really benefit the child that is not yet even born today. The third was to bring more SMEs into global value chains with long-term value-based partnerships, i.e. inclusive business. We were so excited to be invited to this event, and we were so excited to learn about the work that the IFC, the World Bank, IFC, and the ADB have been working on to bring about this inclusive business as top of mind, not just of governments, but of private business. We feel that as a chairman, as an ABAC member for several years now, I was particularly excited because I thought, my goodness, if business could actually adopt inclusive business models, we wouldn't have to wait for all these policy changes that we make recommendations for, and perhaps actually create an impact immediately with just changing a little bit of how we do business. So thus, we commissioned a study also by the Asian Institute of Management entitled Small Business as Part of Big Business Global Value Chains. The project documents cases featuring bigger business, creating smaller business partnerships whereby the bigger business companies reach out to pull smaller companies up into their supply chain, facilitating transfer of skills, knowledge, and technology, and building shared values in a seamless value chain. It is for this reason that we really applaud the World Bank, IFC, and ADB for this fantastic initiative to bring about this conference and to put the attention to such an important, different idea. I looked at the Wikipedia definition of inclusive business as we were preparing for this meeting, and there is, I think that one of the big problems, of course, that I think most businesses fail to, that all of us get confused by, is how you separate CSR from inclusive business and even from social enterprise. It says, I think most of the efforts that are being done as part of the development of our economies is how to help the poor. We see that even in some of the definitions that I saw around the ADB's definition of inclusive business, there is a criteria used around impact and around the poor. What I feel, though, and I wanted to share this with you, is that I have learned after all these years is that there is always somebody bigger and somebody smaller than oneself. So I feel that inclusive business, if I may try to suggest, that inclusive business is actually a mindset of a larger company reaching out to a smaller one to build their ability to share their values, to share their knowledge, and to bring them up into their own global value chain as a real partner in their ecosystem of suppliers. I say this because I think it is really important that we leave this room putting space for that mindset to be as valuable as the definition of only a business helping the poor. And I think that is a very important and laudable effort. And I also feel that the idea that it has to have a huge impact and cover many people could perhaps be something that is set as maybe the criteria for lending, for loans and lending, but it really is a mindset that could even be applied to a small company helping somebody smaller. And I think that's the part that makes me extremely excited about maybe I have a goal in my mind to change the Wikipedia definition to be really a mindset rather than actually a structural definition of what it is. In 2004, the UNDP Commission on Private Sector and Development published a report entitled Unleashing Entrepreneurship, Making Business Work for the Poor. The report showed that small businesses also have much to teach us about helping themselves. And these small enterprises create most of the jobs and wealth that can potentially accelerate human development that we're all seeking to achieve. The Global Alliance Business Call to Action also asserted that many small and medium enterprises can and do create business models that intentionally explicitly include the poor. So if all sizes of business, even the poor, helping somebody even smaller than themselves, can also feel that they apply this whole business, inclusive business mindset, I think this creates maybe a new age, a new way of thinking, which I like to call enlightened self-interest, and something that could actually create a sustainable way that we can systemically change the way business is done. As documented in the study of the AIM, not all forms of cooperation and linkages require a large corporate partner to successfully execute an inclusive model. In some cases, MSMEs work with each other as well, such as the story of a specialty clothing brand called Philip, and then there's a plus INA, I-N-N-A. Filipina reached out to different indigenous groups all over the Philippines to supply woven and embroidered materials for their products. Both the company and the tribal artisans that it partnered with started small, yet through this partnership both gained entry into international markets. Filipina is an SME, also helping smaller, poor indigenous groups to improve their livelihood and capitalizing on skills unique to these groups. These initiatives, particularly within the small and medium enterprise sector, have such enormous potential, though they are largely restricted by weak business ecosystems, which with the help of the public sector should be addressed. And of course, in our innovation recommendation, one of the key elements of that innovation ecosystem is having very robust broadband systems, which would then give all these people access to markets. I was asked by a a friend of mine who was getting married in Greece if I could order some fans. And I had to go to the market, and I found that it was 80 pesos per fan, and found out where it came from, and saw that that maker actually only made 10 pesos for each fan. So imagine the impact that a broadband access and e-commerce access would have given them. In my own company, I'm trying to apply some of these inclusive business models. One way is in our shipping and logistics sector to actually farm out contracts to truck drivers, to entrepreneurial truck drivers, and we give them a contract and have them be able to supply us with services. It has been fantastic because of that contract. They're actually able to finance themselves, and every year we give them we give the best one another contract. Now that to me it is not charity, it is not CSR. This is creating such an important lifeline to the logistics services we offer, having loyal truck drivers helping us grow and helping us provide our own customers with excellent services. We also have a lot of training activities within our businesses for our shipping side, training seafarers as part of our inclusive business model. And I think one is education and training being a very important aspect of an inclusive business model for the growth of our business. The private sector can definitely not stand alone. None of us in business can stand alone, taking every aspect of the supply chain. We must work with governments to build a foundation for enabling environments where solutions for inclusive business can emerge. The Board of Investment's idea to accredit inclusive business models is a great place to start. Branding IB models can be helpful for business and government. And hopefully, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't put sort of a restriction on size or impact. Branding, it creates new openness for innovative financing beyond traditional risk assessments, licensing through local governments, innovation, and competition. But the definition of an inclusive business model, as I mentioned, must include all sizes, all types of companies from different sectors that can actually apply this mindset to those around them. We urge governments to go beyond your pilots in agribusiness, tourism, and housing. We hope we can see more inclusive business models in education, health, urban services, energy, and other sectors also included. In the Philippines today, we have one of the big challenges we have is in disasters and disaster response. Instead of seeing that as a problem, we could actually look upon that as opportunities for relationships between bigger businesses and smaller businesses to provide those services. We hope that Apec can continue this very important work in their 2016-2017 development agenda. And we hope that we can leave this room with an expanded common vision on how inclusive growth will be realized, and a vision that can be achieved to bring everybody together towards uplifting the lives of everybody around us through this enlightened self-interest model. I wish all of you all a very productive discussion. Again, I'd like to congratulate the IFC for such an amazing initiative to bring about greater prosperity for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Doris, for your insights and the contribution from ABAC. Now, at this stage, before we move to the next part of our program, the first thing I'd like to ask you to do is for everyone to pull out their smartphones. Everyone's got a smartphone, right? Okay. I'd like to take this opportunity to just introduce the audience response system. So if you pull out your smartphones and download the app, Apec IB. So there's a brochure. If you download the app, Apec IB. So this audience response system is basically a live polling system. Okay? It allows you to participate in today's discussion because the idea is to really make this a dialogue rather than a set of speeches one way. So throughout the dialogue, we will flash some questions for you to answer, and you can answer on the mobile app. So maybe we start with going to your app store. It's available on both the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, and you can download Apec IB. Looks something like this. Okay. Now, let's test it. If you hit the audience response system, there's going to be a few questions. Let's do a warm-up round here, okay? Simple question. In which sector do you belong? And start, okay? I see everyone putting down their answers, which is great. So what happens is, the way this works is that we pop out the question, and then we give you a few seconds, about 60 seconds, to answer the question. And then at the end of the 60 seconds, we more or less lock it down, and we have the answer. All right? So that's how this is going to work. It'd be kind of great to run APEC meetings this way, huh? Okay, so now we're going to be asking a few more questions. So let's see what we have, whether we've locked in. I see 40 votes in. I think there are more than 40 people in the room, so not everyone is locking in a vote yet. 41. Okay, let's give it a few more seconds. Has everyone been able to download the app? Got it? Okay, I'm waiting for Doris to answer her question. You got it there? Okay. Okay. I think we get. Let's stop on this question. Let's try to move to another question. So we're going to flash 4 statements about your organization's strategy, and just tell us whether you strongly agree, neither agree nor disagree, disagree or strongly disagree. So let's pop the first. Let's pop the options up there on the screen. Have you got the questions on the screen? The first question should be that we value creative new solutions more than the solutions of conventional wisdom. Okay, let me give it just a few more seconds. We're hitting, 44. I see getting more votes, 46. Okay, so I think more and more people getting the hang of the question, so give it another 10 seconds or so. Okay, we have a lot of people here who value creative new solutions. Strongly agree or agree? Okay, I think definitely we see the trend on this question. Okay, let's move on, and I'm happy to see there are more and more people answering the question. Let's move to the second question. In our or in your organization, innovation is based on research results. Innovations based on research results are readily accepted. Oh, 100%, okay. Not quite. Okay, but here we see the trend. Okay, we see the numbers coming up. Okay, agree and strongly agree. Definitely far outweigh the neither agree nor disagree or the disagree buttons. Okay, let's move on to the third. I hope we're storing all this data. We're going to come back to it later, right? Okay, let's move to the third question. Your organization consciously integrates the poor in your organization's core operations? In other words, you practice inclusive business. Okay, we are speaking to the converted in this room. So we need to get the message outside the room. Okay, let me just quickly move on to the fourth question or statement. My organization invests in skill and knowledge development of the poor. Let's go to that last one. Okay, let's see. Okay, again, audience has been carefully chosen. All of you believe in inclusive business, I see. So you are going to be the disciples of this practice and take it outside of this room across Apec. I think that's going to be the conclusion of today. Okay, so thank you. Now you've got the hang of it because we're going to go back to this time and again. No? Now there's one more thing that I must tell you this this app does, which I think is quite nice. If you go to a section here that asks you how to ask a question, when you hit the audience response system, there's a button. One of the buttons here is going to enable you to ask a question of the audience. Okay. Now the nice thing about this is all of you can see that question. Whoever's putting up the question, all of you can see the question. If you like the question, you can vote for the favorite question. So that favorite question, like a Google search, moves up the charts. So then we know what's the question on everyone's minds, and that's the question that can go to the moderator to ask from the speakers. So you're voting not only on the statements on the screen, you're voting on statements that you see on your screen. Now, I know this is risky because you may not be listening to the presentations anymore and reading your feeds. But anyway, read the feeds and hit your favorite question, and the most favorite questions will rise to the top. Okay? So that's how the technology works for today, and we hope to make this a very interactive dialogue on inclusive business. So even the style is inclusive. So thanks for that. And now at this point, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Eriko Ishikawa, Ms. Eriko Ishikawa, is the global head of the inclusive business team of the World Bank and International Finance Corporation and our keynote speaker for today. IFC has placed more than $12 billion in 400 IB deals globally. They have also financed one of the most well-known IB models worldwide, Manila Water. Previously, Ms. Ishikawa worked for Citibank in New York, and for more than 20 years now has been working with the World Bank and the IFC. A Japanese national who grew up in Brazil, she was educated in the United States and received academic awards from Harvard and Stanford. Eriko and Marcos Neto, whom I will introduce later, are also working with the G20 and prepared a G20 framework for inclusive business. Eriko will speak about this and how synergies could be created between G20 and Apec on the topic of inclusive business. It is my pleasure to introduce Eriko Ishikawa.
Thank you so much, Bill. Senator Bam Aquino, Undersecretary Adrian Cristobal Jr., Ms. Dori Magsaysayho, all the distinguished speakers, and all the honorable guests and colleagues and friends. First of all, my deep thanks for the organizers for really thinking that inclusive business merited a session of its own. And thank you so much for inviting me. I would like to just take you on a path of what inclusive business has gone through in the last few years, and to hope that we will all together be able to take it into the future. So the first part that I wanted to describe is why we really care about inclusive business. We care because we have to look at a development process that includes everybody. And for the World Bank, our goals are to end extreme poverty, but also to go towards a more shared prosperity. The UN just came out with their Sustainable Development Goals. They replaced the Millennium Development Goals and they have very specific targets. And of course, here for the APEC members, you have the goals to build a more inclusive economies and a better world. So what do we really mean by this inclusiveness? For one thing is, I think we have to look at people in low-income communities and people who don't have access to services, not as beneficiaries of charity or philanthropy or corporate social responsibility, but full economic actors. They together are a $5 trillion market in terms of what they consume. They are the people who often provide services. They are not part of the economy officially, but in fact they are there and they are part of the whole economic growth that needs to take place. And I wanted to, before I get into the definitional part, I just wanted to go through a little bit of history, but I wanted to also answer Ms. Doris Magsaysay-Ho that the size of the companies is not a problem. You can have inclusive business models in micro-enterprises, small enterprises, medium or large. So it really is not the size, but rather the mind frame, as you well so put. What we really need to remember is that this mind frame actually came from Professor Prahalad, who has influenced many people, including myself, my colleagues, and many social entrepreneurs that I meet, and many inclusive business owners that I meet. And that was only in 2004. But it does not mean to say that inclusive business didn't exist, but the concept of looking at the base of the pyramid as an economic term, that just because people are poor, they don't participate in the economy, that book really did make everybody stop and think about it. So we owe quite a lot to the late Professor Prahalad. And then IFC, together with the World Resources Institute, came out with a more in-depth analysis of what exactly is the size of this market. It's the base of the pyramid, it's quite a big percentage of the world population, and that was in 2007. I want to also mention that the UNDP came out with very good market-based solutions for the poor type, studies, and we ourselves at IFC have come out with case studies really trying to look at exactly how do these businesses that incorporate the poor in their value chain operate. So we actually do have quite a lot of publications and quite a lot of evidence. So I think that's the most important thing, that we're just not talking about, what we wish it to be, but it is based on the truth. So what are we defining inclusive business as? And I can only speak from our experience, but what we're trying to say is that the private sector companies, in their own business models, they integrate the men and women at the base of the pyramid. And it really is something that is on all sectors. It is not just one sector or another. And more, we're including health, education, and some of the softer sectors that we didn't have at the beginning. We at IFC have come out with our own definition, and I'm sure people come out with other definitions. But we were able to, through quite a lot of hard work, together with the UNDP, at least have a kind of a working definition that the G20 members have accepted. And that is that inclusive business is a private sector approach to to providing goods, services, livelihoods on a commercially viable basis, either at scale or scalable, to people at the base of the pyramid by making them part of the value chain of companies. But it has to be the core value chain of the company, as suppliers, distributors, retailers, or consumers. We have enough evidence base to really show that companies that have this enlightened self-interest have looked at this and said, this is something where it really makes sense. This is one way that the private sector can really improve the lives of men and women from low-income communities. This is one way for people to have the ability to get out of poverty. And it is not CSR. It is not just purely community engagement for the sake of engagement. It is something that makes business sense. So in terms of numbers, hold on one second. Here we go. In terms of numbers, we just want to tell you that it is not a small thing. This is big. IFC has already invested over $12 billion, and this is when we started counting in 2005. We have over 450 companies throughout the world, more or less 90 countries. And together with our client companies, we have reached over 300 million people, either farmers, students, patients, utility customers, or microfinance borrowers. So we're really talking about an impactful way through the private sector, through companies, whether they're large, small, medium. This is what we're reaching. So it is something that we all have to think about in terms of the efficiency of development. And as we know, there is a huge gap for the money towards development in the next few years. It's estimated to be very, very high. Our next moderator will talk about that, but we have had all the multilaterals get together and really talk about finance for development. What are the needs? And the needs are huge. So this inclusive business model type finance it seems large, but it actually, compared to the needs of trillions of dollars, is just one piece of the puzzle. I wanted to just give you a very quick glimpse of what kind of sectors we are working in. Because we are a financing company, we are a bank, we can do equity, we can do debt, but we really are a financing company. It's normal that the financial markets are usually the way that we reach a lot of the private sector in emerging markets. So about 23% of what we do that goes directly to impact the poor is microfinance, microinsurance, and low-income housing, finance, that kind of financial type company. But we also do quite a lot in telecoms. We invested heavily in cell phones in Africa at the very beginning. One of the sectors that has always been important for inclusive business is agribusiness, because being able to reach, smallholder farmers and get them into a larger value chain is one of the ways to get farmers out of poverty. Having said that, we also have health, education, infrastructure, manufacturing. So in all the sectors that the IFC is working in, we do have projects that have inclusive business models. And we're also geographically quite dispersed. We are a global financial arm of the World Bank for the private sector. So we do have Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, East Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And it's pretty much evenly distributed. So inclusive business is not necessarily one regional play. It's pretty much throughout our own portfolio. We have certain sectors, though, that we see more models that have come through. And as I said before, agribusiness, procuring crops from smallholder farmers or selling inputs to smallholder farmers. Education, We have really increased our activities in trying to get affordable education and vocational education. In health, affordable health care is something that is very much needed. We have housing, affordable housing. Again, in many countries, it is a bottleneck. And again, financial services, including mobile money. Mobile money especially has become something that we are looking into more closely. And finally, utilities. Still, one of the biggest issues is how do you get the last mile delivery of water and all types of services. So just so we all are on the same page, inclusive business can happen in any of the sectors, as long as you are including the poor as your customer, or if you're thinking of them as your supplier, that could be an inclusive business. So let me share you some actual examples. It's a lot easier if you just have some ideas of what kind of clients that we're dealing with. And the first one, as you already know, and it will be talked about later, is Manila Water. We invested very early on in Manila Water, and we continue to work very closely. I'm not going to repeat what's on the board, but you know, it is one of the most successful privatizations and concessions in terms of the poor really being reached. And if you get a chance to go into our website, we have a very nice video about this lady called Maxima who sells chicken barbecues on the street and how her life changed because she now has tap water in her own home. The next example is from Mexico, and it's about affordable housing for very low-income people. We actually have a video on this project also, because this is a company that really sees that if you're low income, not only do you need a decent home, but you need a whole environment for your children to grow, and they provide computers in these homes, because it is almost as if you're going to be a modern Mexican, you really need to be able to have access to technology. Very interesting company with very entrepreneurial founders, and they really see the housing service, not just selling a home, but when people get into a slightly higher income bracket, they can swap their starter home into slightly better homes. So they have a whole different view of looking at their clients. These are people that they want to have a relationship with for a long time. The next example comes from India, and it's one of our long-standing clients. We've been together for almost 15 years. The company actually wanted to sell drip irrigation to very low-income farmers because that way they can really improve their yield and they can get more income. But it turns out that they're so poor that the company realized that they would first have to start buying from these farmers. And they came up with an idea, and they created a whole business line of buying onions and mangoes. They dehydrate them, and very quickly, Jain Irrigation, which was an drip irrigation company, became one of the largest exporters of mangoes, dried mangoes, and dried onions. And they were very clever because they knew that farmers have a tendency to side sell. So for the onions, they introduced a white onion variety, which people in India don't actually eat. They think it's like a garlic, so that the farmers really were, more than happy to bring back these white onions that they couldn't actually do anything with, and the company made sure that the farmers kept coming back to them, since the company actually invested in the farmers and gave them capacity building. This was one way to avoid the side selling. Jain Irrigation has actually trained more than like 3 million farmers in the process of trying to really spread the use of drip irrigation. And they are happy to do that because they realize that at the end of the day, if they're going to sell drip irrigation, they do have to do that type of training. It's a family-owned business, and they have the long-term view of what it is that their company will be achieving. And They really are very much wedded to improving the lives of farmers and making them able to get better yields by using the drip irrigation. So it's kind of one of the interesting companies where the smallholder farmer not only is a consumer of drip irrigation, but they can actually turn out to be a supplier of onions or mangoes. Finally, one of our more recent clients, but a very, very interesting one, Bridge Academies actually started out as a social enterprise, but very, very much from the beginning, they ran it as a business. And they are providing really low-cost education to people who live in slums. And they're doing it by using technology, by being able to train the teachers using, iPads and so forth, and to be able to really look at each of the students' progress in a technological way so that the teacher just has to concentrate on teaching in the classroom, not about creating the study, the courses, and this and that. They are given a lot more prepackaged course materials and also evaluation type materials. I think I chose this example because this is actually something that is a bit controversial because in some countries, primary education is still in the public sector, and there's a lot of teachers' unions and many people who were against this specific project. There was a lot of press saying, it should not be in the hands of the private sector. Not only private sector, it's actually a foreign company. And as a foreign company, they actually get taxed at a much heavier rate. Regardless of all those impediments, the company is still growing and is going to probably go from Kenya to some other countries in Africa. So perhaps this is an area, especially health, education, where the private sector and the public sector have to have a better dialogue. Because if at the end of the day, we're trying to provide low-income people with a better education, there are things that the private sector can bring to the table. Now that I've given you like an overview of what IFC has found, again, from our own client base, we didn't invent inclusive business. These things existed. It was only that we decided at one point in time, this looks very interesting. Let's go deeply into our portfolio. And that was 2010. Oops. Let's see if we can go on to the next slide, but I will continue because, okay. Well, the next slide is really on what we have been doing with the G20. My colleague from the UNDP, Marcos Neto, is here, and he will probably say a few words later before he moderates the next session. But we have been working very, very closely together with the G20 for the last 9 months or so. And the Turkish presidency came and asked to create a framework on inclusive business. And what is important to say is that the framework is very inclusive. We created a framework that takes into account all private sector actors that are doing some type of activity that actually impacts the lives of the poor. And what we accomplished in the 9 months or so is to, first of all, really create an awareness in the G20 members about the private sector. We wanted to have, at the call of the leaders this weekend, there will be a little brief notice saying that all the G20 countries should look into inclusive business as an important tool to help alleviate poverty, and that we also were able to convince the G20 members that it would be worth having more policy dialogues between the private sector and the public sector, specifically on inclusive business. So those are two things that we fought for, and we were happy to be able to get to that point. And in order to do that, you can imagine there were 19 countries plus the EU, and we all had to come to some consensus on what is the definition of inclusive business. And so we came up with a framework. So this is the approach to inclusive business. I'm going to go very quickly through here because I think there are important points on this kind of definition. One is that we wanted to separate the type of relationship between the business and the low-income communities. And this is a business, so we wanted to clarify what were the expected financial returns or no expected financial returns. And as a business, you need to get funding. So we wanted to identify what kind of funding for each type of these, what we call the framework. So the first one, the one that IFC knows really well, we called it inclusive business models. The relationship between the company and the low-income community or low-income people is that they are part of the core value chain. The financial return expectation for our investment in a company that does inclusive business models is the market return for that sector in that country. And the funding that we provide is of commercial level return. You know, International Finance Corporation is part of the World Bank Group, but when we finance private sector, we do it at the market rate. Now, the second type is what we call inclusive business activities. These are activities often by multinational companies that want to either because they, in that one country they're in, they want to show that they really have a commitment, but it's not 100% of the business. So we're calling it as an ancillary activity. Now, when you're a big company and you try to do a value chain with smallholder farmers, you may not at the very beginning expect full commercial returns. So it could be the expectation that you're going to get your money back, which is almost like just saying, well, we're not going to make the full, 10% that we expect of other projects, but, we're going to break even. Or they could say for the first 5 years, we will be okay with a less than market return. This is after talking to many multinational companies and seeing how they finance these activities. So the primary funding type, usually we say commercial because it's from the company itself. So it is not as if they're getting a grant or some kind of subsidy from the outside. And the final and very important point, especially here, is that we include social enterprise initiatives as part of inclusive business. Because when you first start out, you don't really know where you're going to end up. And it could be something that's an ancillary or a core to the social enterprise. But the one different thing is that many social enterprises are not maximizing profit. They may want a return. They may want to be able to cover all their costs. Professor Yunu's definition of social business is that you have to cover all your costs and you can maybe take 10%. So it varies according to different players. But here we're talking about an entity that can get funding from mixed sources. Sometimes it's philanthropy, foundations, government, or sometimes it can get some commercial money, but with a lot of grants for the capacity building. So this was kind of the compromise that UNDP, IFC, and other international organizations came up with that was accepted by the G20. And I feel that there's room for everybody here. Let's face it, the problem is huge, so we need everybody to help. But we created at least a framework that fits in many of the players that we see. And we hope that we can perfect this or be a little more precise, but this just gives you an idea that there are many players out there, there are many types of funding, there are many types of goals, but if we are at the end of the day trying to help poor women and poor men who happen to live in a community that have no access to finance, that have no access to services, and a company or a social enterprise wants to help, it is an inclusive business. So this being kind of like the crux of what we really fought for many months, and Marcos is here to attest to that. We were able to convince the G20, and so the next steps on the G20 roadmap is that they have agreed that we will explore a platform. It's called the G20 Inclusive Business Platform, but it really is to look at what policies exist out there And it's not easy. Within the World Bank Group, I tried to find policies that are both pro-poor and pro-private sector, and they are not labeled that way because this is a new concept. And so we have to really go through many layers to find out exactly what policies actually help inclusive business. Having said that, the majority of the inclusive business clients we have not had any help from any kind of subsidies or anything from the government, and they are successful. So I don't think that the policy makes the inclusive business. It is more that future policy may be able to help more inclusive businesses come up. But you know, it's not a deterrent, but I think it's a good place to start and have a dialogue. And then the second thing we promised to the G20 is to come up with a much harder evidence base. We do have a lot of case studies, but you know, we probably only have a certain percentage of our 400 clients that we did case studies with. So that's one more thing. And the other one is to see if we come up with the policies that seem to work in some countries, how do you implement it in other countries? So a peer-to-peer learning and more activities about what has worked, what hasn't worked. And again, it is not easy. Within the G20 delegates, when we ask them to go back and ask, you know, what are you doing right now in inclusive business? Many people came back and said, you know, it's really hard because we don't even know which ministry this goes to. And oftentimes the delegates were from the Ministry of Economic Planning or Foreign Affairs, and they would have to go back and talk to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry, you know, of Trade, and it's such a difficult thing to put everything on just one page. But again, I think it's a worthwhile thing to do, and we will be continuing to work once the G20 presidency goes from the Turks to the Chinese. That's on December 1st. Finally, I have another slide here. Hold on one second, I don't know. Yeah. This is just a visual kind of representation of how, if you put inclusive business in the middle, I mean, there are a lot of policies that deal with rules, with information, financial, you know, resources, capacity, and then you have all these actors, the government, the companies. It's a little bit hard to see, but it's that complex. But at the end of the day, you have, you know, a company, an inclusive business, and I think what's amazing is that, as we see from the Ayala Group, there are companies and groups that are doing it without any of the support. So, you know, it is not as if we cannot do it. We know it can be done. I think that that is the most important thing, to leave this room today understanding that, at least from IFC's evidence base, 400 companies have done it. I'm sure there are thousands of companies that have done it. It's just that they don't even know that they're doing inclusive business. So it's for all of us here that are already converted to go out and really talk about inclusive business. Find out if people are doing it. Find out if a medium-sized company is doing it, a small company is doing it. But make it so that this becomes what is normal. We have to change the mind frame, and we just have to go about it saying, you know, in the future, all companies are going to have an aspect of inclusiveness, because that is what we all have to do. I think that I've been in development work, but in the private sector side of development, and really meeting all the clients that do inclusive business is the most amazing thing, because these are really businessmen. They are really thinking about their business, they're thinking about their legacy, they're thinking about leaving a company for the next generation that they can be proud of. And amazingly, in Europe, many larger companies are actually doing inclusive business. One of the things that they tell us is, we need to have this kind of a company to recruit better people to come into our companies. Because young people nowadays really want to work for a company that has a purpose that they can be proud of. So I think that this is the future. I'm really very grateful that I've met so many very wonderful leaders who are ahead of their time, but I think this is the path to the future. I think that many, many companies will do this. This is for inclusive business right now, it's still at the earlier stages. It's what sustainability was 10, 15 years ago. And eventually everybody's going to say, okay, what are you doing in terms of your core business and really being able to reach the poor? Okay, in conclusion, I'm just going to give you, I think that the slides will be available on the website. So this is the kind of publications that we have done at IFC. There are lots of publication, but one thing I wanted to share with you is that we did a global consumption database last year. And this is all the household data that the World Bank gets from governments. We were able to work with our World Bank colleagues to make it so it's very easily be searchable. And for two countries that are large, Brazil and South Africa, it's actually done at the state level. And you can find out what is the consumption of dairy in Colombia. And it will give you a breakdown in different kind of income segments, including the lowest segment. So this is just to share that, yes, there is not that much information, but we're all trying very hard to get the information so that people who are looking into working in a sector, you know, in a country, in Africa, and they want to get at least some idea of what is the household expenditure for that item, they can actually go in and you can download it into Excel and work, you know, on your own. So that's one contribution that we were able to make because we are part of the World Bank group, and we said, okay, this really makes sense. And then we do have our 40+ case studies. They're only 2 pages, so it's just kind of a summary of what the business model is about. Thank you so much. I am so delighted to have been able to share, you know, this little journey that I've had personally in inclusive business, and I really do hope that we are all going to together reach an even better goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ishikawa, for the insights and for the overview. Now we shift to a session which really focuses on the proponents of inclusive businesses, private corporations. And at this point, I would like to introduce Mr. Marcos Neto, who will be the moderator for this panel discussion. He is the team manager for the private sector and foundations of the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP's Business Call to Action. He leads UNDP's global work on private sector and foundations in development. My pleasure to introduce Mr. Marcos Neto.
In the spirit of gaining some time, I ask all the panel members to join me at the same time, rather than one by one. Let me first thank the organizers, all the distinguished guests present for inviting myself and UNDP to come here, and to say that we have a really distinguished panel here. And I've been monitoring the questions. And the top questions, which this panel will answer by the end, at the moment says, can you really expect to make money with inclusive business? By the time this panel ends, I'm sure that question will be answered, because we have really strong companies here which are just doing this. So let me quickly run by our panelists. So we have Mr. Ayala, which I don't think deserves much of an introduction in this setting, but he's the member of the chairman and chief executive officer of the Ayala Corporation, as part of many international boards and organizations. He's the chairman of the Harvard Business School Asia Pacific Advisory Board and a member of the Harvard Global Advisory Council. The second member of our panel is Mr. Francisco Welirang, Pak Frankie, as we know him. which is the director of the PT Indo-Food Groups in Indonesia. He's also the the head of the Permanent Committee on Food Security at the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, member of National Steering Committee, Global Environmental Fund. Then we've got Cesar Vela Basan, which is Chief of Products of Mi Banco, Banco de la Microempresa in Peru, with 19 years of experience in microfinance. And then last we have Mr. Arturo Rodriguez Jalili, which is the co-founder of the CEMEX, which is the CEMEX, Business Development Director for CEMEX in the Philippines. CEMEX is a Mexican company. So let me just say a few words to open up and then give the floor to our panelists for the first, each one is going to take an initial 10 minutes. And then we'll do a second round and bring more questions for the audience in that sense. Why is it important to discuss about inclusive business now? And why do we need it to scale this up? As Erico mentioned, with the agreement last September in New York unanimous agreement in New York by all member states of the United Nations on the Sustainable Development Goal as the new development framework that replaces the Millennium Development Goals. We have now 17 goals, which are much more complex and expand a much larger area of society than the original 8 Millennium Development Goals. Some of these goals speak directly and much stronger to the core business operations of the private sector. You know, you have goals on employment, you have goals on industrializations, you have goals on consumption, which are much more convergence to business strategies and operations. The estimation is there is a $2.5 trillion gap to finance the Sustainable Development Goals. This gap is not going to be filled in by the private sector with CSR or with philanthropy. The only way the private sector can truly maximize its own contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals is if it increases and it scales the convergency between its core business and strategies and the development agenda that all governments in the world, following a very extensive global consultation which included the private sector, have agreed upon. Inclusive business provides a unique opportunity as a proven, as we heard from Erico, a proven and tested approach that generates that convergency. But we have to grow. We have to achieve a degree of scale on inclusive business in the next 15 years, which is the time span of the Sustainable Development Goals, by which at the end of this time, we can be in a position that we no longer need to call this inclusive business. We just have to refer as business, because most business will somehow have that $5 trillion bottom of the pyramid in their radar screen. The other important aspect of the Sustainable Development Goals, it is for the first time, is a universal development agenda. What do I mean by that? The Millennium Development Goals was a northern-south. So developed countries were financing an agenda of development in developing countries. The new framework applies to every country in the world, to the Philippines, to Japan, to the United States. Yesterday in Istanbul, where I'm based, there was a very large meeting about the Sustainable Development Goals in the context of the G20. And a report was launched. And the report asked the question, are the rich countries ready for the Sustainable Development Goal? And the report concluded that they are not. With the growing inequality gaps within rich countries, with the consumption patterns of rich countries, with the production patterns of rich countries, that they are really not serving as a model for development anymore. Some of the greatest innovations, some of the greatest new development models are coming from the traditional developing countries. As we've seen with Eric examples, all of those companies are developing country companies. So the conclusion is, as we start the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals on January next year, we are all developing countries from now on. The question is, who is going to take the opportunity? Who is going to facilitate the private sector to incorporate the concepts necessary to implement the Sustainable Development Goals? And inclusive business is at the forefront of that. So let me bring it, Mr. Ayala first. Your company has several business models which can qualify as inclusive business. We've heard a lot already today on Manila Water, and I know you can expand it a little bit more, but it would also be good if you can talk of some of the other business that you have, including some new higher education business loans that you are designing with the Asia Development Bank. So I'll give you the floor for 10 minutes to talk about how you are making money, answer the question, and being inclusive at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just tackle it from two angles. The first is the whole concept of capitalism, I think, is beginning to change. Capitalism, as we know, has driven the global economy, but more and more, you're looking at capitalism that just doesn't grow GNP, that also has a way of taking not just a few, but many with the growth of the country. And so there are changes taking place there. On the other hand, on the corporate level, you've got people increasingly wanting to reach out and touch bigger markets. And in emerging markets like ours, particularly here in the Philippines, the moment you reach out to touch more people, you're naturally reaching lower income groups. These two ideas are coming together. I'm a great believer in the capitalist system. I'm a believer in the for-profit. And I do believe that it can be used to address some of the social development needs of the country. So those two ideas are very powerful ones, using the capitalist model, the for-profit model, to address social development needs. And it was many years ago that we, as a group of companies, decided that we wanted to continue to be relevant to the Philippines. And if we just dealt with a small community of buyers of products and services, we would not be making an impact on the country. And so we challenged ourselves within our group, how can we move from our traditional small market to engage broader customer groups, empower them, and make them part of our economy and the country? And that led to a lot of thinking on the shared value concept that's led to an Ayala now across the group that touches customers at whole different price points than in the past. Manila Water is a great example. It was a public utility that was bidded out by the government. We won one part of the concession, and we had to find a model to basically deliver products and services to lower income groups that traditionally our group had not touched. They've done a remarkable job, the management group there. They've pooled resources together, did communal billing at the barangay level, used members of the barangay community to lay out the pipes that then led to the kind of services that the company provided. There was an inclusive effort in bringing the community hand in hand to the economic equation. So we've embraced it across the group. On the telecom side, I don't need to explain to everyone how prices have fallen in terms of mobile handsets and communication needs and the smaller and smaller amounts needed to be able to open an account on a telecommunication company and pay in small doses. In housing, our group once upon a time had just one brand, Ayala Land, the premium brand at the housing development side. Nowadays, we have 5 brands within the Ayala Group, premium, middle, and some at the very end, which are socialized housing. That market is massive and greatly needed, and we'll be able to adjust our technology to cater to that market. The list goes on. Education has been a great need in our country. Essentially, there's been a private sector providing education, but it's been a small component. The public sector is really taking care of it. And we challenged ourselves in our group and said, why, if there is a tremendous need at this level, can't we fill it? And we had conversations with the Department of Education. They allowed us to put a for-profit model in a sector that was traditionally catered to only by the public sector. And we started a project to start putting schools together with Pearson from the UK to address a need that was there. People are willing to pay for schooling of a certain caliber. We put a strong emphasis on English and the focus on employment after high school, and there's been a massive take-up. So I believe that, bottom line, private sector solutions can be found to address social development needs. There are many more examples, and happy to continue dialoguing about them as we go on. But let me just say one last thing. I think our friends from the IFC and the UN have come up with this sustainable development model. The UN, I think, has just very recently come up with a set of criteria of what qualifies as a sustainable organization or economy. They've identified the elements of it, and we ourselves have embraced it within the group. We no longer just submit statements to the SEC as required by the financial regulators, but we now include a sustainable report as part and parcel of our corporate responsibility. It gives a much richer picture of the institution and puts a focus using metrics under global standards of what is necessary for an institution to be contributory rather than pull away from the needs of an economy at this time. Thank you very much.
Let me go to Pak Frankie, and in the foods in Indonesia, and let me thank Pak for coming today and the Asia Development Bank for facilitating your arrival. Your company is one of the biggest food processing companies with an annual turnover of about $6 billion US. In the agriculture sector, you touch a lot small farmers. So it'll be interesting to hear how do you include in your supply chain those small farmers, and how do you include them both as inputs as well as on the outputs of the products that you have. So it will be an opportunity for all of us to learn how's that going. Thank you.
Thank you. The inclusive business that we have, we do have the downstream inclusive, which is the supply, which is practically the agriculture from the farmers. We have two sides, which is the plantation and the soft crops, which we said, which is the horticultures like potatoes, shallots, cassavas, this type of product. Today, with the soft crops, we relate ourselves directly to around 6,000 farmers. How does it drive, basically, is that we need a continuous supplies, and we want to be exact. And the only way that we need to go directly to the farmers. And farmers are merely that where their income is very, very low. So we are not going through the traders, but we go directly. There we like to improve the yield of the product, and also we try to educate the quality of the product. That is how we drive our inclusive business. So by then, the income at the farmer level would be higher. I think that's the basic. So the drive is really based probably from the competition. Competition, and you are creating buying power. I think that is the downstream. In the plantation, the same things through the plasma. Upstream then would be the market itself. In the market, then we see the small and medium enterprises that, like the noodle pushcart and all. This kind of group that we collect them together, and how can we bring them upwards on their income. That's how we. So inclusively, today we are relating ourselves to around 55,000 pushcart only for wet noodles. So, and bread companies and martabak, this kind, we directly relate ourselves to them, and we directly supply them, and we educate them how to bring up, how to market them their own product, and we do all the supplies of their raw materials. I think that's the two ways that we, the basic, the inclusive that come up out of that. There is a business innovation changes due to competition. That's number one. Number two, then we are creating buying power, new buying power. So that's how we relate ourselves. That's how the inclusive business that we have at this moment. Thank you.
Frank, can you talk a little bit about your... You were telling me this morning a little bit about the onion, how you've been working with the onion business, because this is an interesting, when your company's ecosystem is moving from the farmers to actually creating a little SMEs. Can if you just describe that a little bit would be great.
Yeah. Originally the onion, which is the shallot onion, we need is a fried onion. We need fried onion for our product. So basically from the farmer originally, then we developed within the area a new enterprise, home industries, which is frying the onion. That's the first. That relation is created, and we buy the fried onion. At the same time, the enterprise, we educate not only for, the fried onion is not only for our product, but they can sell and bottle them up. I think today you see a lot of fried onion in the bottle. From the relation of the farmers, which is originally that we tied them up, and they have a good production, and we relate them with the small enterprise. From the small enterprise, now we are not with the farmer, but we go with the small enterprise for the fried onion. I think that's just a cycle that we build. And throughout this change, we create another buying power. I think that's how we do. And we also have for our snack like the soya beans, and we're making the tempeh. And in fact, we relate the soya bean farmer with the tempeh small industries, and we are buying them and making up our snack. I think that's how we try to relate continuously, and that will be a full direct change with the industries. I think that's how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Cesar. So Cesar has traveled all the way from Peru, who is the country is going to take on the chairmanship of the Apec. We're very grateful that you're here, and we would like to thank the Inter-American Development Bank for arranging for you to come. So Mi Banco, right, it has a portfolio of $2.34 million US. It has active 960,000 clients. It provides loans on an average loan of $2,400. 48% of its clients are women, and the minimum loan that it gives is $100. You know, I'm particularly pleased to have Cesar here with us at a personal level, because part of what Mi Banco is today is a merger between a NGO project in the early 90s from an organization that I used to work for called CARE, which then became a microfinancing institution who then has been bought in the end by the credit group and merged with Mi Banco. You have a lot of women, you know, in your group, and working with the bottom of the pyramid and working with women always presents some challenges in terms of what do you complement to make sure that your core business is fully viable, right? So it would be interesting if you can tell us what are the trainings, what are the support systems that Mibanco has in place that allows the business that gets your loan to be successful. And for those that don't understand Spanish, Cesar is going to speak Spanish. You all have a little translator in front of you. Now's the time for you to put that in and listen to Cesar in Spanish. He's been listening translation from English. Now it's payback time from him to all of us, all of you. I understand Spanish.
Ok. Gracias, Marcos. Y gracias al BIP y a los organizadores que me han permitido estar presente, cruzar el Atlántico y estar con ustedes. Mil disculpas que tenga que obligarles a poner los auriculares. Una de las virtudes que Dios no me dio es el manejo de los idiomas. Pero bueno, nos podemos comunicar, nos podemos entender. Yo tendría en poco 10 minutos muchas cosas que decirles, muchas cosas que comentarles. Nosotros somos un banco que venimos con una historia de algo más de 20 años, vinculado siempre al segmento de la base de la pirámide. Y cuando nacimos y durante el tiempo que transcurrieron los años, entendimos algo muy importante y que hoy día muchos o todos los que estamos acá sabemos que hacer negocios en la base de la pirámide es muy rentable. Si alguien acá piensa que no, me preocuparía. Yo creo que hay muchísimas empresas, millones de empresas que pueden demostrar lo rentable que es hacer negocios en la base de la pirámide. Pero también hay muchísimas empresas, millones tantas, que fracasaron en el intento. Entonces, hay que entender un poco, Marcos, qué lleva al éxito, qué lleva al fracaso. Conversábamos de las mujeres, me comentabas algo de las mujeres, es que principalmente ellas fueron nuestro origen. Nosotros cuando nacimos hace más de 20 años, realmente tenemos una historia de más de 60, pero realmente 20 años son el trayectoria del banco. Nacimos básicamente para dar créditos a las mujeres que sufrían violencia familiar en las zonas periurbanas de las ciudades más grandes de Perú. Y fueron las mujeres nuestro motivo nacimos vinculados a una ONG, CARI Internacional, ACP. Pero luego esto fue básicamente evolucionando porque entendimos que la familia es al que tenemos que integrar. Las mujeres principalmente fueron nuestro factor y las mujeres son muy buenas pagadoras. Ya decimos en los créditos solidarios que tenemos que un grupo de mujeres pagan bien, un grupo de hombres con mujeres más o menos y un grupo de hombres no pagan el crédito. Pero vinculamos esto porque hay algo importante que yo quisiera comentarles. ¿Qué hemos aprendido en estos años? Que el éxito para hacer negocios en la base de la pirámide, como en cualquier otro segmento, pero elementalmente en la base de la pirámide, no es difícil, es exigente. Es exigente porque nos exige o nos obliga a tener constante innovación en lo que hacemos. Si no hacemos innovación permanente de nuestros procesos, de nuestros productos, de nuestra forma de hacer el negocio, en pocos años estamos fuera del mercado. Porque quisieron hacer negocios de una manera común, convencional, como lo hicieron otros y como el éxito de otros podría ser el éxito mío, y no necesariamente. Por ejemplo, un caso muy específico. Cuando hacemos negocios de microfinanzas, decimos hay que capacitar a las familias, al empresario, al microempresario, porque cuando yo lo capacito voy a lograr que él pueda traer más negocios al banco. Va a crecer su negocio y me va a hacer más fiel. Entonces, en el tema de la capacitación, de cursos, aprendimos, por ejemplo, que esos cursos tradicionales que damos a los microempresarios de auditorios, de gabinetes, era una inversión muy amplia, muy pomposa, de mucho dinero, pero de auditorios vacíos. Y nuestros microempresarios no tenían ni el tiempo ni la capacidad académica de ir a escuchar una charla de capacitación. Entonces, cuando uno entiende su negocio, conoce a su cliente, sabe que ese servicio no era lo que él está esperando. ¿Qué hicimos? Hace ya más de una década, un poco más, buscamos que nuestros oficiales de créditos, los que van a comercializar nuestros productos, sean nuestro canal, nuestro vehículo de capacitación al microempresario. Porque a mí me interesa que el microempresario se capacite, tenga técnicas de comercialización, tenga técnicas de cobranza, manejo de inventarios, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, pero no lo podía hacer académicamente ni tenerlos en un salón reunidos, ellos viven el día a día. Nuestro asesor, el oficial, fue capacitado para esa labor. Y eso hoy en día ya muchos lo hacen. Entonces ya nos imitaron y hasta nos mejoraron. Busquemos otra alternativa. Hace unos años, menos años, estamos desarrollando convenios con las mejores universidades de Perú para llevar a estas personas, a los estudiantes de sus últimos ciclos, a capacitar a nuestros clientes en sus negocios. Eso está siendo también exitoso, seguramente nos van a copiar y nos van a mejorar porque eso es parte de los negocios. Entonces tenemos que ir pensando qué otra cosa nueva tengo que hacer. En el tema de las mujeres, nuestros clientes mujeres, los grupos solidarios, que lo vemos mucho acá en el Asia, lo he visto mucho en la India con mucha fuerza, lo sabemos, Bangladesh o Kenia, qué sé yo, en el África. Entendimos, por ejemplo, que las mujeres hay que capacitarlos también, pero una mujer espera una capacitación convencional sentada en un escritorio. Yo vi esto en México que me llamó mucho la atención. Una mujer que sufre violencia familiar, abandono y otros. ¿Qué es lo que más ella necesita en ese momento? Cuando ella rebaja sus pagos, o sea, incumple sus pagos y vamos a visitarle, le afecta mucho el tema emocional y le afecta mucho el tema de autoestima. Entonces, ¿qué es difícil para una organización llevar una tarde de reunión que ellas se congregan y llevarles una señora que les haga unos bonitos arreglos y les ponga bellas, porque son bellas? Entonces, el efecto emocional que esto traía al banco era muy grande. ¿Y cuánto cuesta eso? Entonces, son pequeños detalles que el banco o la organización en la cual ustedes trabajan puede encontrar vehículos de formación y de llevar un valor agregado al producto. Porque lo importante de esto, Marco, es llevar algo adicional que los otros no hacen y algo que trascienda. Entonces, ese es el vehículo. Nosotros éramos hace 20 años una empresa de unos cuantos millones de dólares que cabían en los dedos de la mano. Hoy en día somos una empresa de más de 2.500 millones de activos de dólares. Pero hemos trascendido, hemos hecho cosas diferentes, sí. Nos han imitado, nos han mejorado también. Tenemos que hacer cosas diferentes y constantemente estamos pensando qué hacer. Sí, ese es el reto. Yo tuviera, si hubiera el espacio, de repente excedido, me avisas, Marco, y comentarles otras experiencias más en los diversos rubros de inclusión financiera que nosotros hemos vinculado y cómo hemos desarrollado productos, porque no solamente servicios, sino el producto mismo tuyo, cómo desarrollarlo para que llegue de la manera como el cliente te lo espera. A veces diseñamos productos que el cliente no está esperando y que nosotros creemos si no conocemos a nuestro cliente. Cuando el producto llega adecuadamente y es masivo, es muy, muy bueno los negocios en la base de la pirámide.
Yo te lo doy la oportunidad de hablar de un producto en la segunda ronda. ¿Puede ser?
Ya.
Gracias.
Ok.
Gracias. I just told him that I'm going to give him a chance. Oh, you have the translation. So. Let's listen to Arturo from Cemex, right? Cemex is one of the largest cement companies in the world. But in Mexico, you've developed a very interesting inclusive business model program on Patrimonio Hoy, right? In which you are taking and providing low-income housing to quite a considerable amount of people in Mexico. So how come a cement company put architectures in storage room in the slums in Mexico, make money with it, and give Mexico poor people one of the most important assets, which is a house? And I think you are considering doing the same in the Philippines. So explain Patrimonio Hoy a little bit, and how does that work for you?
Thank you very much, Marcos. And I would also like to take the chance to thank the Department of Trade and Industry for inviting us to share this program that we have. As just mentioned, Marco, the program is been there and it was created, defined in Mexico 17 years ago in the year 1998. And what we understood at that time is when we're trying to understand what are the characteristics and the needs of the low-income people, what we identify that because of the nature of our industry is the area in which could provide a positive impact, it was on the housing, understanding the housing needs of the low-income people and what are the characteristics of this, the behavior of this specific segment. And what we understood at that time, it was very interesting because what we have seen is that these people, because of the nature and the way that they are working, they were not having easy access or not access at all to the traditional financial system, one. Second, the incomes are not coming only from one member of the family. The incomes are coming from different members of the family and that they are contributing for the economy of the family at all, as a whole. And also, they were not capable to prove specific incomes, and sometimes were not having an area to build. Understanding that and understanding that they were not capable to get access to the financing, it was created this program, Patrimonio Hoy. Patrimonio Hoy, if we want to understand what is the meaning and how we understand Patrimonio, is a market-based solution because we went there and we understood what was happening on the properties for the housing needs of the low-income people to improve the quality of life. That is the program, what is the meaning of it. Now, how is working? Patrimonio Hoy is a program, microcredit programs that last for 70 weeks. I mean, they are making installments, but the program provides the following. First, it provides technical support, and I will explain what is relevant, microcredit and building materials. What we understood when we were checking the needs of this segment on the construction of the housing, we were thinking initially that they are building their own houses, but what we realized is that, yes, they are building, but not necessarily by themselves. They were also hiring other people to help them to build their houses, meaning that the quality of the houses that they were building not necessarily were the best and the cost was not necessarily the best that they can get. So the program is providing technical support, tailor-made per family, to understand what are the needs for the housing and how they can grow through the time. Second, of course, it provides microcredit. CEMEX finances up to 80% of the building materials, and also provides, of course, with the building materials itself. It's a program that provides savings to the people because they can build 3 times faster, and they can build with 1/3 of what they were costing. Why? Because other thing that we identified is that the supplies of the hauling of the materials, the building materials to their house, it was extremely expensive for them. And also, storing the materials were also an issue because they were the weather conditions or whatever were affecting the materials. And all that, when you put all that together, the savings are huge when you compare, and the system is providing those services for them. So the technical is there, the macrofinancing, and the building materials, of course, is supplied by the network of CEMEX in Mexico. Fair to mention that the program started in Mexico, but now it's in 5 countries. It's in Dominican Republic, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Yeah. And, well, the one thing is it's accessible, the program. Probably is the most interesting part. Why is accessible? Because we are requesting, there are no formal requirements to get access. What we have is promoters that are on the field. They are going and they're checking directly with the families, and they're having a conversation. They're understanding what are the incomes are coming from. No documents needed. It's just to go and check where the incomes are coming and which members of the family are contributing. And in the time of 4 to 5 days, we could decide if they could be a part of the program. How is working? CEMEX is involved in the 2 parts in the operation. CEMEX promotes and informs and supplies the technical support. fair to mention that there is one architect dedicated to the family to understand their needs. And also, then the last part is the network that, in this case, some specific name, Costurama, but it's the network of retailers. They are supplying the building materials to the people. The outcome at the end of the 70 weeks programs is one self-construct 10 square meter house. The possibility, because of the architect, is they can again continue with the program through the time to get another 10 square meters, and we have seen options in which they are building big houses. Well, just to mention that as of now, we have benefited close to 500,000 families, affecting positively close to 3 million people worldwide, I mean in those 5 countries that I'm mentioning. And we have built 3.7 million square meters under this scheme, and we have invested, well, it's been a program for $290 million US. Just the technical part is how it works. It's a 70 weeks program in which every week the people is putting $19, and after the 4th week, when they are achieving $75, is the first installment, and then like that, there are several times in the materials are being delivered to them. That's the technical side of the technique. And so far, I should say that, as we are mentioning here in the panel, we have 99% repayment rate, meaning they are very good payers, and that we're saying, so it's a very safe market and very, very inclusive business the way that we are seeing. Thank you, Marcos.
So, if you know, a summary of your 4 initial comments, all of your companies have dedicated attention specifically to the bottom of the pyramid. All of you have had to go beyond your normal core business. So you're a cement company. You end up having to give credit, technical assistance, you know, storage services to sell cement. Like, you know, why don't you just sell the cement, right? You know, Mi Banco does all kinds of trainings, so the loan that people take it works and gets repaid. So all of you have gone beyond your traditional core business in the services that you provided to the companies, so the inclusive business becomes successful. Do you do, as Erico mentioned earlier, inclusive business is going on without the government. But you are doing something that governments perhaps should be doing it, which would allow you to then do even more and serve even more people if you didn't have to provide the credit and do a bunch of other stuff that is not necessarily on your directly whole. So if we want to scale up inclusive business, what is the role of governments? How can governments help, you know, you? I know that you're not waiting for the governments. I know that you are successfully doing this despite the governments, but if you had to have the government help, what would that look like? What would be helpful to you? Let me start it with Mr. Ayala.
Yes, thank you. Let me just, the first part of your question is to, you know, why does one do it? I think when you're trying to broaden your market and touch lower income groups, there's a lot that revolves around the question of building trust. And in my own traditional business education, which was a long time ago, I really felt that component of doing business in an emerging market was not there at the time. It's now become much more commonplace. So building trust means working with the community in a completely different way. Our friend from Peru talked about, you know, agents, students, and women. Our friend from Mexico talked about a whole different way of giving out loans and working with others through the cement company. Our friend from Indonesia was looking at the whole restructuring of the supply chain to engage a lot of farmers. It's all about building trust. And if you're going to touch individuals at these other price points and become part of their market, I think the whole issue of trust is very important. So that's one element. The second part of your question was, what can people do to strengthen this new world of inclusiveness? My feeling, and I said this earlier in a dialogue that a number of us had, it's not about rules and regulations. It's actually just about infrastructure that facilitates the movement of people, goods, and services and brings prices down. The one thing that government can produce and be a catalyst in is to overweight significantly their investment in all the pieces of infrastructure that bring costs down. Many countries have achieved it, others have not, and I think that's what's necessary to be able to encourage inclusivity. Inclusivity is about getting whole new actors in the economic game. Those actors cannot participate if they cannot travel, if they cannot move goods, and if they cannot sell in non-traditional ways. And so that would, I think, be the best contribution that a government could do. The rest, I think the business sector and private sector initiatives can handle. Thank you.
Frank?
I think I agree to that. I just like to add up basically. The key, very important things probably on the government, more to us is the local government, the lower part. It's not the central. The local government, the central is just acknowledging it. I think the local is very important to facilitate. I think that is one is added, not rule, not regulation on that. The thing why there are the government on that, we are corporate, we relate with a lot of people. Then there is a balance on the political side of that, and that might be a problem that corporate facing to that relation, because it's direct and we're bringing up the income of these out of our own inclusive business. I think that we have to get rid of those uncomfortability on the political parties, government, and I think that's the most important things on as regard to that. Of course, the challenge is trust building. The added assistance would be the best would be from the university students. That's normally that we collaborate with them when we approach and reaching with the society. I think the small medium enterprise we used to go together also with universities, and they studies for us. We hope that further later on they will study on the impact. I think that's added to that. Thank you.
César, si usas un ejemplo de los productos, habla de un producto y el rol del gobierno y el producto.
Sí, mira, Marco, tu pregunta es muy buena y me permite hablar con mucha libertad, porque estoy seguro, eso espero, no hay ningún político acá de Perú y cuando regrese a mi país no pueda ingresar de repente. No, eso es una broma, pero viéndonos al tema de tu pregunta muy importante, la labor del gobierno es fundamental. Hace 30 años en Perú hubo un gobierno que dio una ley con el cual dio inicio a todo el proceso de microfinanzas en Perú. Perú es uno de los países más desarrollados en América del Sur en microfinanzas y fue producto de una sola ley. Lo que yo creo que los gobiernos más deben dar son políticas claras. Es lo más importante. Claro que nos pueden dar infraestructura también, porque tienen recursos y pueden generar más negocios. Eso es muy importante. Pero las políticas de un gobierno claras, con sentido, con coherencia, es lo que yo más pido a él, lo que un gobierno pueda entender. Claro que hay circunstancias, hay gobiernos que salen, hay otros que entran, hay cosas que se entienden y otras no. Pero vayamos a la realidad. Y me pedías un ejemplo, Marcos. En Perú hay muchísima deficiencia, hay poca legislación en el tema de la construcción de las viviendas. Hay cero política prácticamente. Nos hemos pasado años tratando de hacerle entender al gobierno, y quizás es una lucha permanente para que seguir haciéndolo, de cuáles son las reglas o las políticas en vivienda que el Estado debería dar, que el gobierno debería dar en Perú. Pero esas ineficiencias del gobierno generan oportunidades de negocios para los privados. Entonces, cuando nos dimos cuenta que el Estado no iba a sacar las normas que esperábamos, y los pobladores, los peruanos, se dieron cuenta que el Estado no le iba a solucionar su problema habitacional, nosotros como privados entramos y pudimos desarrollar productos crediticios que vayan a este segmento de mercado, y para mí fue una gran oportunidad de negocios que hoy en día me significan como 600 millones de cartera, y colocar 130.000 créditos a la microempresa para la vivienda en solo un año. Muchísimo negocio, porque los créditos para la vivienda son los primeros que se pagan. Hay una prioridad en el pago y la mora es muy baja. Hace unos años, 5 o 6 años en Perú, el gobierno empezó a desarrollar obras de ampliaciones de redes y agua en las ciudades más importantes de Perú. Pero el gobierno le interesó o no si las personas, las familias se conectaban al servicio y si dentro de sus viviendas tenían o no la mejora sanitaria. Las familias pasaba el agua por la puerta de la casa y a las justas conectaba un caño para tener el agua y de donde irrigar a su vivienda. No hacía ninguna mejora más. Para el banco fue una oportunidad. Yo le financio. Voy y entonces le financio la mejora de su lavatorio, de su baño, de su cocina, y eso está generando muchísimo negocio. Entonces, si el Estado está ausente, el sector privado puede estar presente, no necesariamente por filantropía. Es negocio, es mucho negocio, pero hay que saber encontrar el sentido de esto y la forma de llegar que trascienda y que vaya a generar esos dólares que necesitamos para seguir ampliando nuestro negocio. Sí.
Arturo, this patrimonio is in 5 countries. You want to start in the Philippines, so you had to deal with 5 governments, perhaps a 6th one here. How does that work? You know, which one had the better environment, or is it actually the absence of a government that is the best?
I will not elaborate on that, but let me tell you, Marcos. Building on what you were asking on why we are involved is as CEMEX business strategy is to be deeply involved in the developing on sustainable communities. And on the specific your question on how the governments can help, probably, and building on what Cesar was mentioning, is our program, Patrimonio, is allowing helping the people to have better quality of life because of the housing. But what if the government, also understanding the needs and the capabilities of the low-income people, could define a strategy that is for the other part, which is the infrastructure for those areas in which these people are building their houses. So probably tailoring made something that could support that the strategy could work. And in regards of the 5 countries and here in the Philippines, we understand once we are bringing different business from other countries and we are replicating here in the Philippines, we are understanding that we have a clear, well, the characteristics of the countries are somehow similar and the approach could be similar. That's why we have been able to replicate successfully, and we expect to do the same here in the Philippines. Thank you, Marcos.
Let me ask one last round here, and then we can see if there's anybody in the audience. What is your investment plans, for this? So how much do you see a growth going of your investment plan? And Mr. Ayala, for you, a little question about the APEC. What is the likelihood the APEC is really going to take this inclusive business as one of its core issues for the next few years? And would that make a difference?
I think our friend from the IFC was saying it earlier. There's a whole new recognition that the traditional business models have to change. It is of little use to have GNP and GDP of our countries growing if the people affected by it are just a small component of that economy. I think what's being put forward, and certainly there was a framework presented today, but each of us in this panel are tackling it in different ways, of engaging our broader community of suppliers, of buyers, of workers in whole new ways that brings them into the formal economy. I think many people are realizing that that's the secret to an economy that works and that survives over the long term. I think for APEC to take this and say, you know, this is a new model of doing things, it's inclusive, it's sustainable, it engages more people, it's good for the economy. At the same time, it builds trust between the people who put capital to work and the people who work as part of that system and the people who receive goods from that system. That whole ecosystem builds trust. It doesn't destroy trust. And I think if APEC puts it forward as a model that can succeed long term, then I think people will look and aspire to participate in it. And I think it's good for all of us and for our economies.
Bill, I know we are late in time. Do I open or do we just end it now? All right, so I want you all to congratulate our panels and thank you all for coming.
All up here. Let me ask Alan to be there in the center. Okay. Doris. Okay. Okay, we'll invite all the speakers. And the ambassadors, please. Ambassadors, undersecretaries, senior officials, up front here. Do we have everybody? Wait, let's, a few more minutes. I see Undersecretary Maglaya. Do we have everyone balanced? Oh, yep. Asek Feb, step in there. Up here behind Jaime. Feb, there. Okay. Stand by your markers. Faye, you look very tall there. Okay, we're going to give everybody just 5 to 10 minutes for a break, and then we're going to call back the session to order for the next panel with Senator Bam Aquino. And a government panel from Peru, yes, and Mexico and others. So you're going to move to the government panel after this.
changing, game changer in the way we do our things now. Many of our discussions, in fact, have climate change as a context. So when we talk about connectivity issues, meaning connectivity of economies in terms of physical infrastructure, we're thinking of climate change. So we're talking about quality infrastructure. We are discussing guidelines and standards on quality infrastructure. Even the finance minister's process has also climate change embedded in it because they're talking about financing for financing SMEs, for business continuity or disaster risk insurance. We're talking about that. And then we're also talking about the global supply chain security. When you do business and you do connect parts, so to speak, to make a whole, and your supply chain is located in various parts of a country or various parts of a region, we're studying on how we can improve the resilience of the supply chain. So the transportation people, ministers are looking into climate change. The energy ministerial meetings are looking into climate change or have considered climate change when they discuss renewable energy. Even without mentioning the words climate change, everything that we have done really has considered climate change. As I said, again, I don't want to call it a threat, as I call it a game changer, because it changes the way we do the things that we do now. Of course, it's not a game; it's really it's a serious event, of course. But we are really preparing ourselves and our people and our businesses from finance to physical infrastructure to withstand whatever climate change will bring about.
Can we have the next question, please? Next question. Okay, if there are no more questions from
thank
the
you.
floor. Oh, okay, we have one last. Thank you.
Me again. There's no one else who wants to ask. We did hear earlier from Ambassador Painor that there isn't a scheduled bilateral meeting between China and the Philippines. Can you confirm that?
No,
No?
I don't know where he got that.
Because he said that just because of the Troika, they will be sat next to one another. So he says hopefully they will have a lot of opportunities to
Oh yeah,
discuss
they will have a lot
issues.
of opportunities to discuss. I mean, definitely they will. The Troika, they will always be seated beside each other. But I mean, I'm looking at it from that point of view of the physical encounter, so to speak.
Okay, but will there be like an official?
I'm not aware of. I'm not into the scheduling of the bilaterals of the president, so I cannot say anything about that. Okay.
Okay. Last question, probably, from the floor. Okay.
I think I have overbriefed you already, right? I conducted so many briefings. I think the FOCAP, I briefed you, I think, 5 days ago.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we would like to thank Undersecretary Del Rosario for
Thank you
taking the
very
time to speak
much.
with us.
Thank you.
And everyone for their participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
PBSP became more strategic in the use of CSR, and 2 years ago set up the Inclusive Business Imperative. It is my pleasure to introduce the Executive Director of PBSP, Rafael Rapa Lopa. Rapa?
Thank you, Bill. Let me just begin the forum by thinking, you know, while I was sitting there listening to the earlier panel, and people started talking about whether IB is better off without government. I started to ask myself whether the panelists that will be here now would really want to still talk about what they want to do. But really, in that sense, you know, as I was listening and towards the end when Marcos sort of asked the question what the private sector thinks they need from government, all the more we can see that even as we recognize the innovation and entrepreneurial push that private sector makes, clearly private sector doesn't operate in a vacuum. And I think that's why it's very important and imperative to really also understand what different governments in different countries are actually trying to do in so far as promoting inclusive business. And of course, I have a very distinguished panel to actually help us in this process. Just quickly introduce some of all of them to my immediate right. Of course, very known to everybody in the Filipino community, primarily because he's one of the champions of inclusive business and social entrepreneurship in the country, none other than Senator Paulo Benigno Aquino. Also want to recognize our next panelist. He's the ambassador of the Republic of Peru to Thailand. Very happy he was able to join us today to also share Peru's interest in inclusive business, and also being the host country in the next APEC meeting. We would like to hear more from our next panelist, Mr. Ambassador Felix Denegre. Our third panelist is our friend from Mexico. He is the director for international he has served as minister representative for NAFTA in Canada on behalf of the Mexican government. Third member of our panel is Mexico's general director for international trade rules and Ministry of Economy, none other than Mr. Carlos Pinera. And of course, last but not the least, our panelist from Japan, who is a director for international organization of Japan's International Affairs and Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. Let's all welcome Mr. Shigetoshi Ayoma. So maybe let me just kick off this discussion by asking our first panelist, Senator Aquino, being one of the champions of inclusive business in the Philippines and social entrepreneurship. Maybe explain to us what brought you to this advocacy, and maybe share to us what brought you to this advocacy and why you think government should actually play a role, and in what way have you actually, as Senator of this Republic, been able to actually do your part in pushing for inclusive business?
Thank you, Rapa. Good afternoon to everyone. Before becoming a senator, I was actually a social entrepreneur, also with Rapa actually, and we set up different social enterprises in the Philippines. And at some point, when you're doing your social enterprise work, you get to look at the different communities where you're working in, and you get to do well in the communities that you're in, but you get to wonder, how do you achieve scale? And one clear way was for business to come in and provide that larger market that your poorer communities or your smaller enterprises could actually enter. Another way was to get government to actually change policies and make it easier for inclusive business and social enterprises to start. So that was actually what I ran on in 2013, and thankfully I won. And for the past 2.5 years, we've been working on specific legislation that could support our SME development and push for the inclusive economy. So the first was a Go Negosyo law, which actually sets up business centers around the Philippines. To date, we have about 110 that we've put up already. And these centers are set up through DTI, through the Department of Trade, to support your micro, small, and medium enterprises with access to finance, with market linkage, and with mentorship and ease of doing business. Now, Undersecretary Zeni is here, who's in charge of that project. So that was the first law. Oh, she has a fan in the crowd. The second one, connected to inclusive economy, is actually the competition policy. And this was a really tough law to get passed, but after decades, we finally have a competition policy in the Philippines, just signed last July of this year. And it's the first time that the Philippines is recognizing that leveling the playing field does actually support your smaller enterprises, so that you can be able to compete even with your larger enterprises. A third one that we passed also very recently is the Youth Entrepreneurship Act, and this creates the pipeline by which entrepreneurs can actually come out. And hopefully, with the right training, more young Filipinos will be taught how to be better entrepreneurs and even have that bent towards inclusive economies and social enterprise. The last one, which was just signed into law in November 3, was the Microfinance NGO Act of the Philippines, which supports our microfinance industry, which is a play for inclusive finance. Because we saw that the inclusive business efforts wouldn't be complete without that inclusive finance piece. So you're trying to create an inclusive finance piece, you're trying to create enabling mechanisms which government probably is in the best position to be in. Well, we're working on that actually, for government to be the enabler for our SMEs. And of course, third is to connect to market. No? And I think that's one gap that maybe until recently we haven't really focused enough on. And now the focus is really, how do you get your community-based enterprises to work with larger companies, in larger supply chains, or how do we get them to larger markets? In the ABAC group, of course, I think Doris is here. We were talking about how to get your SME products all over the Apec and give them an easier time to be traded across borders. So that's the formula that we've been using, creating that linkage to market, providing your inclusive finance piece, at the same time having that support, your enabling mechanisms, your mentorship, to be able to put that whole supply chain or that whole ecosystem together. Now, with regard to government, if you ask a lot of Filipinos, they might probably tell you, we hope government doesn't get in our way. And I think the government employees who are here and the government officials who are here, we see a number of us, Ambassador Tambunting is here and the friends from DTI, we've been trying to reverse that. Reverse that perception that government doesn't help business to grow. And we want to start, and maybe Apec being here and Apec having SMEs as one of its main pillars could be that start, wherein we reorganize to really become that support mechanism for your social enterprises and for your inclusive business. DTI has been, through BOI, of course, has been trying to create that framework wherein business, inclusive business, can be better supported. At the same time, we're trying to work with small and community-based enterprises through our regional office to be able to get our SMEs to a level where they can engage with larger companies. So that's the shift that we're trying to push. And we're hoping that now that inclusive economy is at the front and center, we can really make that big push for the next 15 to 20 years in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. It's very interesting how we are actually very aggressively pushing this whole thing in such short time here in the Philippines. But I'm really very curious how other countries are actually moving towards inclusive business. Of course, the next host country of the APEC, which is Peru, is very much in the spotlight right now to find out. Maybe, Mr. Ambassador, if we may get your views on how does Peru look at inclusive business, and how do you see this panning out insofar as a conversation at the APEC level?
Well, in first place, I would like to thank the government of the Philippines and particularly the Department of Trade and Commerce for organizing this dialogue. We in Peru, I would like to say, think that it's very important to give continuity to the issues that are being prioritized by APEC, not only for 1 year, but to give them continuities in 2 or 3 years, because we think it's very important to strengthen certain policies. Without continuity, there's little strength and there is a little possibility of really developing issues. So that's the general view of Peru in regard to the priorities of APEC. In relation to inclusive business or inclusive social policies, we are very, very committed to developing social inclusiveness in Peru. Traditionally, I think in Latin America, inclusiveness have been seen more by the side of the state. That's been the traditional outlook. I think that nowadays we had a Peruvian guest and a Mexican guest, so in Latin America and in general in the world, no, but I'm talking about Peru and a little bit about Latin America. We are starting to understand the advantages of supporting and the inclusive business. In the sense that Latin America is the region that has the greatest disparities in distribution of wealth, even though we are not the poorest region in the world. In the case of Peru, you know, we have had, fortunately, 10 very good years of growth. We have averaged more than 6% growth, and that has allowed us to decrease poverty from 2004 to 2012 from 49 to 30, and extreme poverty from 17 to 9. Still, there's a problem in Peru because our geography is very difficult. We have a thin coast that's a desert, a bigger territory that's a mountain, the Andean mountains, chain mountains, and then the Amazon basin. Poverty is much greater in rural areas. As I said, you know, we are around 30%, but in rural areas, it's double that proportion, it's 60%. So how do you manage to bring out people from poverty? There's many ways. I think investment in education is one way, for example. Infrastructure is another one. They talked about that. Clear politics are very important. But I think the role that the private sector is playing with inclusive businesses is extremely important because it's helping people to build capacity building, and creating innovative ways of people to work and gain an autonomy. Therefore, for us, the inclusive business are very important, and it's one of the issues we would like to keep dealing with during the next APEC meeting as a host. No? We think the potential of inclusive business is very great, and what I heard of the people in the private sector talking, and I agree, I think, with my Peruvian national and Mr. Ayala, that there's two basic things that governments can do, no? Infrastructure and clear politics, because you need both, no? Infrastructure and clear politics. And those politics, if we work them in a bigger structure like APEC, I think will have a greater impact. No? Before they spoke about global value chains, and I think in a globalized world, we need those greater structures so countries don't develop autonomously. So the APEC forum is a wonderful place to work these ideas, to give them shape and to bring forces from the different economies. No? So we are very much looking forward to develop these ideas that we've been hearing here, and to try to give some, how to say in Spanish, you say algunos aportes. In English, I don't know, give something more to the debate, let's say, no? Yeah. To this issue. No? So we are very much encouraged and committed to work with this issue of inclusive business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. That's very encouraging. And I think that it further inspires all our panelists to actually also try to bring more of our thoughts and ideas into the conversation so that we can really enhance the dialogue that has to go about, that we need to do on inclusive business going into the next conference in Peru. And therefore, if I may, I think Mexico is one of the also aggressive countries in so far as pursuing inclusive business. Of course, CEMEX example earlier showed that Mexico companies are very much attuned to this whole idea. We were just wondering, how has the government actually played a role in trying to encourage this whole process and trying to get private sector more involved in inclusive business models?
Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you very much for the organization of this panel to the government of Philippines. And thanks for the questions. I would like to explain what Mexico is doing to make a better environment for inclusive business and create what we are considering as a great social impact at large scale too. Let me explain a little bit how Mexico has been now constructing this new environment for inclusive business. I would like to say that over the last 25 years, Mexico has made a dramatic transition from a relatively closed economy to one of the most open countries in the world. Aside from implementing a series of domestic measures to deregulate business activity and encourage private investment, Mexico has embraced also international free trade agreements as a means to promote international competitiveness and export-oriented growth. I would like to say that in the case of Mexico, economic openness has resulted in a larger than expected trade and investment volumes. For example, in the last 20 years, when we negotiate NAFTA and get in place, get into force, and the different free trade agreements that we have been signing, it has been a result, for instance, our trade has multiplied by more than 6 times, while the export increased 7 times. And he giving us a position in the world trade, a really privileged position, because we are the 12th most important trader country worldwide. Regardless of the most tangible benefits of the openness, which translated into increasing growth, trade and investment, significant changes in the economy were not achieved entirely as expected. We can say that successfully transitioned to a full open economy, as I mentioned, over the last 20 years, creating competitive industries, for instance, the automotive and aerospace sectors. However, during this same period, the last 25 years, Mexico's annual economic growth was only 2.4%, which prevented the creation of the opportunities and employment required to increase the well-being of Mexicans. Several factors adversely affect the competitiveness and productivity. Our economy lagged behind in the regulation of economic competition, which resulted in increased consumer prices of basic goods, reduced purchasing power, backwardness in fixed telephony and internet broadband coverage, slight effects on poverty reduction, despite numerous social programs, high inequality in income distribution, scarce of credit availability for Mexican businesses, and important challenges in the energy sector due to our dependence on foreign energy. To face these challenges, the current administration assessed the best approach to overcome challenges, to increase competitiveness and the creation of new opportunities to improve the well-being of Mexican citizens, which resulted in motivation for Mexico to pursue the significant reforms. I would like to stress that during the last 3 years, my country achieved the structural reforms that had remained urgent and pending for years, even, I could say, decades, which were necessary to make our country more competitive in the global arena and create better conditions to include the least favored sectors, low-income sectors of the population in the economic growth. The implementation of these reforms include various or several areas of the national life, such as labor, education, telecommunication and economic competitiveness, fiscal and social security, finance, energy, and with the idea to have more inclusive and prosperous Mexico with access to quality education and global responsibility. While the effects of these reforms will be observed in the medium term, we can begin to see some effects that are already impacting positively in the society and the competitiveness of the economy. For instance, talking about the aspects that are now in the direction and we're addressing the inclusive business in the Mexican society. The energy reform will support for the family economy by reducing the price of electricity, gas, and food, and creating better fuel supply services. Also, will promote the social development by allocating all oil revenues to bolster social spending, long-term savings, and scholarship programs, the universal pension scheme, and productive and technological development projects, and to establish mechanisms to ensure that profits from the energy sector reach communities and foster regional development. Another important impact of these reforms, referring some examples just, is through the financial reform. We have the opportunity to contribute with this reform on economic growth and grant more credit for enterprises and Mexican families. This reform will encourage the development of the Mexican financial system. I would like to mention some areas. One is more access to financial products and services, reduce the cost of credit, strengthen the financial education and the protection of users of financial services, maintain a solid financial sector, and efficiency in financial institutions and its authorities. One of the most important results of this financial reform is that extends the level of credit and make it more accessible for Mexicans. Another example that is important to mention that is the impact of this reform is regarding the integration of SMEs into the market, global market, and we're facilitating the access to private banking funding for young entrepreneurs. This is a program that is now currently in place and is working really well. For instance, entrepreneurs are interested in opening a new business. They are eligible to benefit for a young credit program, which will back them up to get accredited around $9,000. But if this needs to consolidate an already existing company, this credit can increase to $15,000. On housing, also, there's an important aspect that we have been commenting here as a model to inclusive business. We establish a national policy of housing, which consists in a new focus model to promote the orderly and sustainable development of the sector to improve and regularize urban housing, as well as to control and improve rural housing. There are several examples that we are now having in the implementation of this policy, but the most important is the coordination and having a better interagency coordination that has been also an important factor to create this kind of synchronization between the policies that are having the federal and the local and municipal government. Also, we are moving in these aspects of the housing toward a model of intelligent and sustainable urban development. Credits and grants from the federal government will be directed to the promotion of the orderly urban growth and benefiting also the rural aspects. I think this is just some examples that we are now having in the aspects that how the structural reform are impacting Mexico. And for us, it's really important because as I mentioned, these several 11 structural reforms that are putting in place are now paving the ground for to create this more better environment to facilitate trade, facilitate the access to families, facilitate the access to entrepreneurs to get this growth quality. So maybe we can elaborate a little bit later how these structural reforms are aligned with the APEC objectives, because also we can exchange our experience and what we are doing in this aspect and the APEC agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peñara. It's interesting to see how governments are actually trying to create enabling environments also internally within country. I had a casual chat with our next panelist over lunch, and I was asking him the question, knowing that Japan is one of the most developed countries, and also given that it's also more known as really investing in high technology, I was actually wondering to what extent is Japan really creating an environment to actually create models not only within Japan, or creating government interventions that actually address inclusive business in other countries. And I would like to ask our friend from Japan whether he could share some of the things that his government is able to do, not only within Japan, but also in other countries.
Thank you, Mr. Lapa. Okay, anyway, it is my great pleasure to speak on the way forward for inclusive business in APEC. Okay, so today I will discuss only two things: Japan's effort for inclusive business and inclusive business and earthly innovation for rural development and poverty alleviation. Then I think I am a little bit different from many of you from government offices here. Actually, many government officers from here is the Foreign Ministry or Foreign Department or Trade Ministries. I come from the Ministry of Agriculture. So in the second part, I will discuss, just briefly touch upon the agricultural flavors. So first, let me explain the government efforts. But anyway, why the Japanese government is making effort to promote inclusive business? As the previous speaker said, that the inclusive business is should be initiated by private sectors. I think that's right. But in our understanding is that we are not good at the familiar with the inclusive business models. So now we have some kind of setup. So today I explain Japan Inclusive Business Support Center and the JETRO and JICA. And this slide shows the Japanese Inclusive Business Support Center, which was established in 2010 by METI, Japan's Ministry of Economic Trade and Industry. This support center provides centralized information like policies, related organization, country information, and the consultation services. And let's move to the JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization. This JETRO is to collect and provide field information and relate with foreign government offices and private companies in developing economies for future business matching. So JETRO is good for business matching. Why the JETRO is promoting? The reason is to support Japanese companies who are not familiar with BOP business. And so far, JETRO has supported more than 100 business matching since establishment 2012. Next is JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. This organization provides funding support for the feasibility study on inclusive business projects. Actually, JICA is a kind of official assistance agency. So for the sake of the global contribution by Japanese government, JICA is promoting inclusive business. so far, JICA has supported more than 100 feasibility studies since 2010. Okay, this slide shows a lesson from Japan's experience, and I would like to highlight the importance of the points to be examined, important alignment in the company's strategies. Many Japanese companies have succeeded in the area of high-valued market, like vehicles, motor vehicle, IT, something. But so the challenge that the proponents of inclusive business in a Japanese company have faced is how they persuade the company's top management, who are not always familiar with inclusive business, in the context of company strategy. So that's why alignment in the company strategy is very, very important for a Japanese company. Perhaps now I can summarize the Japan government is setting up to promote inclusive business. So first, Japan Inclusive Business Support Center is a kind of a pilot or focal point of the information, and the JETRO is good for business matching for Japanese companies, and the JICA is a kind of a funding institution. So now I would like to introduce a recent movement for inclusive business by my ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, MAF of Japan. Japanese food-related companies have a lot of experience on improvement of nutrition. Based on this experience, Japanese food-related companies have contributed nutrition improvement in developed economies under BOP business. Left slide shows that the Ajinomoto Cocoa Plus project in Ghana or Malawi. And the right hand is a Kikoman. This is soy sauce, a project. This is done in the from Kenya. So actually, they two companies initiated by themselves to a kind of CSR or BOP. So based on this experience by Japanese companies, now we are preparing an establishment of public-private partnership platform, support of platform, in order to promote the international rollout of those nutrition improvement projects for possible future inclusive business projects. Okay, so now I would like to move to the second topics, inclusive business and Afri innovation. For Afri innovation, I think nobody knows Afri innovation. Yes. Right. Right. But I changed my scenario. Okay, so before I explain the Afri innovation itself, I would like to mention about the food value chain. Okay, food value chain is a set of processes that range from agricultural production to storage, processing, distribution, and consumption, with a view to producing high-value added products and to deliver producers such added value to the final consumers. So perhaps traditionally, agriculture ministry try to focus on their effort to stage basis, production stage, manufacturing processing stage, distribution. So we trying to category-wise or stage-wise approaches. Now we are trying to move to chain, like a chain. So this, we are trying to change or added our change to add the new policies. So Afri innovation already, somebody says that Afri innovation is agri-innovation, forest innovation, and fishery innovation. Actually, this is a coined word by our ministry. And Afri innovation is adding value to agriculture, forestry, and fishery products in innovative ways by making a new combination and creating a value chain. The purpose is to expand the possibility of agriculture and fishery and forestry as an
integrated industry as a result of movement from primary industry to tertiary industries. So Afri-innovation is almost the same of 6 industries. Perhaps 6 industries is not so popular, I think. But anyway, it's easy to understand. Everybody understands first industry or primary industry, let's say agriculture. The second industry or the industrial industry. The third one is the services industry. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. Or 1 multiply, 2 multiply, 3 multiply is all 6. So anyway, we integrate all industry. That's the concept of the 6 industries. So these 6 industries, I think that the 6 industrialization revitalize agriculture and the rural areas, and also it would improve income levels of the producers. So now Japanese Ministry of Agriculture are trying to focus on emphasizing to the international community Afri-innovation and value chain approach. So we are trying to put some words in the political statements. Then this is a kind of an example of the feasibility study for inclusive business using food value chain approach in the Philippines. The project site was Quezon City, not Quezon City, Quezon Province and Nueva Ecija. Most agricultural products distribution in the Philippines has been left up to smaller broker or middlemen. Farmers have sold their products at their asking price, regardless of market situation, as well as their product quality. This pilot project, funded by JICA, supported by a Japanese IT company, eSupporting, and implemented by local producers association and agricultural cooperatives, has been changing this situation. Now the farmers' unions systematically collect and analyze the data, such as amount of products that come from farmers, market prices of their products, and amount of wasted products. So as a result of this, the farmers' unions now are able to give systematic guidance to their farmers on production and the sales. So I wish that using these IT data, the farmers' unions would create some Afri-innovation in the future. And this slide shows an ongoing proposal by a private company, eSupporting, based on the success of a pilot project in the Philippines. As far as I know, the Japanese IT company is currently discussing a system introduction to the Agri-Pinoy Trading Center project. Also, the company is planning to roll it out to ASEAN region. Okay, so and this slide, okay, so the topic is a little bit change to the SDG, as a previous speaker already mentioned. And in SDG, okay, there is some mention about the importance of increase of farmers' income as well as investment into agriculture. And also importance of agriculture investment for rural development is mentioned. This is the 2014 Apec Minister Meeting on Food Security, Beijing Declaration. So there's mentioning investment. But there is a question. Question we are facing is how to increase investment for rural development and poverty alleviation. So in my opinion, one of the answers to the question is inclusive business. So in this end, I would like to conclude my presentation in the 3 sentences. APEC should promote inclusive business for rural development and poverty alleviation. And Afri-innovation is useful too, and now you understand what the Afri-innovation is. And inclusive business is a solution for the investment into rural development and poverty alleviation. Thank you for your attention and patience.
Thank you, Mr. Oyama. You know, I have to say that the government of Japan has really been very instrumental in actually promoting inclusive business in the Philippines. Again, in many, many ways. I was just mentioning to Mr. Oyama that, in fact, JICA is one of the biggest investors in the Bangsamoro area, where we are trying to actually spur development activity to actually ensure that peace and development begin in that region. And I think JICA is very much involved in really creating an enabling environment to actually help the Bangsamoro government, the armed government, to actually put in place much needed infrastructure, not to mention also some financing facilities that actually would encourage investments in the Bangsamoro. That's why we'd like to thank you very much to Mr. Oyama and the Japanese government for all the help. So I think just to pick up some of the major points that I heard from the panelists, we can see that this whole idea of inclusive business is really so new that even different countries have different levels of involvement in trying to actually define the role that government plays in promoting the whole idea of inclusive business. Because of course, in essence, inclusive business begins from the private sector, and I think that was very evident in the discussion in the earlier panel. But more and more, as we see the need to actually create more enabling environments, more incentives rather than regulations. What do you think, and I address this to the rest, all the panelists and whoever wants to answer the question, what do you think moving forward, and as we actually try to push the agenda forward even in the next APEC meeting, what do you think are the areas where government should actually start, governments, especially APEC governments, what do you think APEC government should take up insofar as enabling environment mechanisms to actually spur inclusive business? Please feel free, whoever is ready to answer.
No, you know, again, as I said, I think the APEC is formed in the most dynamic region in the world. Apart from that, we have serious problems, especially in some countries more than others, of poverty, levels of poverty. No? So the APEC is a forum of the Pacific Basin, Asia-Pacific Basin, that's, I think, ideal for dealing with these issues, creating mechanisms, tendencies to allow countries to collaborate. For example, in Latin America, we have created the Pacific Alliance. No? It's Mexico, Chile, and Peru, and Colombia. You know, three of us are the only members from Latin America of APEC. No? There's in Southeast Asia the ASEAN group, no? And we are very similar, and we have common problems, and we are members of APEC, and we have countries like Japan, US, China, I don't know, countries that have bigger economies and that can help us, and I think we can work, it's complementary, no? So the APEC is, I think, an excellent forum to work these mechanisms, create tendencies that will help this very dynamic region in the world that can become a model of development. And again, I heard those things of global value chains, and we are in that area, no, that we can create. That's one thing that I think it's important, relating these e-businesses to a bigger market, to integrate part of that global chain of values, not only to create a small value, improve a little bit in what they do, but to become part of the world. In Peru, one of the problems we have is we are very far away from everywhere. No, when I came to Southeast Asia, my mother's still alive. She was telling me, "You are going so far away," you know. And when I've been here, I think I am so far away. You know, Peru is so far away. You know, because Eurasia is the biggest mass land, and the biggest demography. Latin America, we are around 60 million. All of Latin, from Mexico down south. So it's small, it's very difficult to integrate. In Eurasia, you have the steppes, so that's why Genghis Khan could conquer by horse only. We cannot do it. But so I think in modern times, the challenge of defeating poverty to become a more trustful society, communities, to improve standards of living, the APEC can have a lead worldwide, no? And especially for the countries that are members to work, for example, Peru and Philippines, to say something. I'm here in the Philippines, I'm Peruvian, so, and, but in a bigger forum, no? Not just two countries, because that's a little bit outdated, I think, no? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Senator Aquino.
Firstly, Ambassador, I hope even if you feel that you're far away from home, that you're always welcome in the Philippines, though, first and foremost. Probably, Rapa, you can look at where what government's role is in an inclusive ecosystem. Because one thing I think we tend to forget is that the inclusive business, per se, is just one part of the whole ecosystem. At the end of the day, you need to have your community partners and your community organizations ready to engage the inclusive business. And this is where, at least in the Philippines, where some social enterprises play a role, and where some local governments and national government programs play a role as well. So, a lot of the effort here, I think, is in developing your marginalized communities to be able to engage with their inclusive business. So that's a lot of capacity building work. A lot of trial and error is being done on that end, although there are a lot of good case studies already. So maybe one area of cooperation could be the sharing of the enabling factors for the whole ecosystem in different areas. No? I don't think any of the APEC economies can safely say that they're already an inclusive economy, but definitely there are successful models in each or in most of the APEC economies. And I think that ability to pinpoint what worked where, because you'll probably find that the successes are in different parts of the ecosystem. Maybe that effort to see what works in different areas and in what context, that can be shared among the different countries. And probably the ones who are slightly ahead can help the ones who are slightly behind, so that at least we can move forward together. So that capacity building, I think, to tackle inclusive business and inclusive economies, I think, is still a long ways to go. And that's something where we can cooperate on.
Maybe just to follow up on that, that point, and also to the point that Mr. Ambassador mentioned. Therefore, shouldn't there be mechanisms at the APEC that actually allows for this kind of continuing conversation to happen? Because again, other than different levels of government involvement in IB, is also the different levels of or different roles that even wealthier countries can play vis-a-vis not so wealthy countries. And therefore, the roles of countries or economies in trying to get inclusive business in an entire regional perspective may have to have more conversations at different levels, of course, no? And again, seeing how can each country actually work together. May have some related comments from our friends in Mexico, please.
Yes, I think since the presentation of our colleagues that were representing governments here, we can see, as you mentioned, different levels that we are now addressing the aspects of inclusive business. I think the APEC agenda is really broad, and we are working in several aspects exactly to create a better environment for inclusive business. For instance, we are now having the renewed agenda for structural reform. This is an important aspect because in that agenda we're working for the next 5 years until 2020 in aspects related to regulatory cooperation. That's an important aspect, how the institution can create a better environment for have a more coherent regulatory framework and facilitate the trade and investment for the business people. Of course, thinking in people that have low income and entrepreneurs. Also, aspects related to the global value chain. There are several projects where we are now working Even there is a proposal that is going to be now supported by the leaders and is already was supported by the ministers. In a way, the Boracay Action Plan agenda, that is a really, really ambitious agenda for the next years. In a way, how we're going to integrate the MSMEs to the global value chain. There are several projects that how we're having the traceability to identify how is the participation of the entrepreneurs, how is the participation of SMEs in this global chain, in a way to find some aspects to support the participation and increase the participation of the SMEs of the global of the region in the region and globally, how we want to increase the participation. Also, another aspects that has to see with the Cebu Action Plan, that is the aspect of finance, when we are also creating a better environment with guidelines really, really clear how we are going to work in the coming years, in a way also to support SMEs. And the idea is also integrate people with low income to this process of the growth. So these are some examples that how the Apec agenda are now dealing, addressing these aspects of inclusive business. As a government, as Mexico is doing now, is in our public policy, we are now assessing how this aspect we can exchange our experience, how we can contribute to this agenda, and how we can contribute to this quality growth. So this is the way that we're addressing these kind of issues, and with this kind of objective in mind. Create our internal quality growth, create more efficient system for great business, supporting the segments of population low income, and of course, this also is contributing to the global aspects of the APEC. It is the way that we're addressing these kind of aspects and the link we're having internally and with APEC agenda.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Oyama, you want to add to the...
Yes, okay. Actually, I have two comments. The first one is the importance of raising awareness in top management of their companies. Actually, there are two kinds of study done by JETRO and JICA. And the report said that there was some bottleneck in Japanese companies. One is the lack of support of top management, and the second one is the lack of access or difficulty to the access of finance, and the third one is a lack of to find out a key person to implement a project. So APEC is a good position to raising awareness. I think that is one comment. The second one is how the APEC should address these issues. APEC is, as you know, that a unique setting up. So we have ABAC. Then inclusive business should be done by business sector itself. So maybe perhaps we ask ABAC to discuss or address this issue and to consolidate some recommendation for government. That's one. Another one is the government side. Government officers share experience or learn each other. So perhaps there we need perhaps a focal point. Then focal point might be investment expert groups, so IEG. So IEG might be a focal point, and other APEC fora should support the discussion. Okay, the last one, in addition, with regard to the agriculture, we have a good setting up, that is a PPFS, Policy Partnership for Food Security. These forum partnership discussed by private sector and the government. Then private sector, as I mentioned, Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is one of the members of the PPFS. So we may ask PPFS to address the issues. And next year, the next year, there is a ministerial meeting on food security. So maybe we can we can do something to improve, to promote inclusive business in APAC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So these are very good proposals. I hope our friends in APEC are taking note of this very valuable recommendation so that we can actually take very concrete steps and courses of action moving forward. But maybe just to pick up on, so we have about less than 10 minutes to go, and I was instructed by our head facilitator to make sure that we finish on time. Maybe just as a last question, just to pick up from the comment of Mr. Oyama on the need to actually make business leaders more aware or more conscious about the need for inclusive business. Actually, I'm asking this question in a way as a rebuttal to the question that my co-moderator asked the business panel when he asked the business panel what they expect from government. I think in turn, I would like to give our friends from government their turn to actually share what do they expect from the business community. I think it's important to see how these key players of growth in every economy need to see what are the interests of governments or what government is thinking insofar as working closely with the private sector so that moving forward we can also see what issues or what concerns we should actually bring to conversations at the APAC and even the global APEC conversation. So maybe anybody again can start and share what they expect from the business community.
Well, the cases in the Philippines where large corporations engage in inclusive activities or an inclusive business model really showed leadership from the CEOs or the country managers. So maybe leadership and enlightenment. Enlightenment because even here, we're still trying to convince more business leaders to get into inclusive business. And in the press con earlier, I was actually quite surprised that a lot of these actually don't even happen with government incentives. It happens with that leadership and enlightenment starting from the private sector and government providing that enabling environment. But let me go a step further, Rapa, and maybe one thing that will make sure that businesses also listen, and some of us here I think are politicians, is if our people also use their purchasing power to support inclusive businesses. We don't really talk about which businesses are inclusive enough. We don't talk about the good practices of a lot of our businesses in our country or even probably in the APEC that the people themselves will support the inclusive businesses with their own hard-earned cash. And I think even more than maybe leaders or political leaders telling the private sector what to do, if the people themselves have that mindset that we want to support or we want to be part of the good things that this company is doing by supporting them with our money, then I think the business leaders are sure to make that decision. It's not even a tough decision, no? It's just a decision to really go down this inclusive business path.
Thank you, Senator Aquino. Yes, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Pinera? Mr. Pinera, please.
Okay. So that's an interesting question because we're going to be starting this kind of circle basis in a way that, as was mentioned by the business panel, for instance, responding to your question, what we're expecting for the private sector, we're expecting investment, of course, because we need investment to create jobs, to create growth, etc. So I am saying as a cycle basis, since we are expecting investment and the response for private sector, we are expecting that you facilitate my investment. So to find the common ground, I think the APEC agenda and also the internal agenda for each economy is giving us the response. We need to work internally in a way to find the common ground to create a better environment for investment as a government facilitate the trade and investment. And of course, in this translated into we are working also in the APEC as APEC economies is exactly addressing that kind of situation. How we're going to facilitate the trade, how we're going to facilitate that the work can have more investment in a way that is a mandate of our leaders, have a quality growth and sustainable growth. So I think this is that we're demanding for the private sector.
Thank you. Very good. Yeah, very good point. Mr. Ambassador.
Yes, well, I agree with my colleague from Mexico. No, what the private sector does is invest. So we, I think, would like to see quality investment in terms of social needs, because many times, and I think somebody in the panel, the first three speakers, told that Philippines has grown, and that happens in many countries, Peru also, that there's a big growth of the middle class, but we have to look also to the lower income and poor people, because if you have so big disequilibriums, it's a risk for the community, for the stability and the well-being of the community. That doesn't justify crimes because poor people, tend to do that. No, that's not true, but it doesn't help for the stability and a healthy network of society. So we have to give clear politics. I think that's what they said, good infrastructure, education, fight against corruption. Those, I think, are basic elements, a good justice system. But from the private sector is investment looking with a social outlook, and aggressive and not charitable, as it has been said here, because it's good business. But it has to be innovative in the sense that these people are not part of the formal economy. Sometimes they don't exist, let's say, quote unquote, no, of course. But in the formal economy, they are not taken as part of that. So I think that's what the government should ask from the private sector.
Thank you. Ms. Oyama?
Yes. Okay. Perhaps sharing their success story is the most important, or one of the most important things for private as well as government sectors. So so I wish that this kind of event, not event, we should try to provide this kind of event to share knowledge, share experience, share best practice. So through these events, we would like to raising awareness and everybody change our mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to, at this point, I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing these very, very insightful thoughts. One of the things that we were discussing among our colleagues or our friends in DTI and also some of the organizing committee, when we were trying to figure out how could inclusive business really be relevant in the overall theme of Apec's building inclusive economies. And one of the things that we sort of were talking on top of our heads was really this whole idea of should countries actually start measuring the extent of how inclusive their economies are. Of course, again, as Mr. Jaime Zobel de Ayala also mentioned, we often measure ourselves with our GDP, our GNP, our competitive indices. I mean, we measure all of these things primarily to show how we as economies actually perform in the whole effort of wealth creation and generating productivity in each of our countries. But again, this whole question of inclusiveness brings us to a different framing of how our economies should behave. And again, it also always reminds us the need to actually frame the work that we do on how it impacts the lives of many people. And I guess I would like to end by thanking again the panel and also the earlier panel for actually giving us a lot of valuable insights on how we should really continue the conversation on really promoting inclusive business and improving or actually creating inclusive economies. And hopefully we look forward to the next APEC meeting in Peru, and hopefully this agenda continues to be in that conversation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ambassador? Thank you. Thank you, Rapa and the panel for the very insightful and rich discussion. It's always a tough job to try to summarize everything, but fortunately that job doesn't fall to me. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Alan Bollard, the Executive Director of the Apec Secretariat. I've met Alan several years ago when I started my work, my participation in ABAC through my membership in ABAC Philippines as an alternate member. And I thought I knew a few things about him. Governor of the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, Secretary of New Zealand's Treasury. I know he was an author and authored at least one book, if I'm not mistaken. But I learned something new today, that he has designed a computer simulation game called Oikonomos, where you get to play a superhero, a minister of finance, and try to make decisions on safeguarding your country in the context of a global financial crisis. So I didn't know he was a game designer. And maybe after this discussion, he will also design a game on inclusive business. So let me invite both Dr. Alan Bollard and Ambassador Denigre up on stage to deliver their closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Bill. Good news, everybody. I'm not going to synthesize and summarize everything. But I am going to say thank you to the Philippines government for organizing this, and also to all the private sector participants. Philippines this year has been brilliant, if not inclusive, at organizing such events and getting us information into the Apec system that we otherwise might not have. It's, of course, been a slightly different year for Apec, because until now we've really focused very much on that trade-driven growth that's driven the economies of this region in a way that the rest of the world has yet to see and often been very envious of. But this year, Philippines has put a different sort of picture over it by saying they want an overarching theme of inclusive economy. And how do we deal with that? It's very easy to talk about inclusive economy. Actually, we do measure inclusive economies in a number of different ways. And one of the things over the next week that you may hear about is the Policy Support Unit of Apec. We'll be producing a very interesting report indicating how trade impacts inclusiveness. It doesn't all happen in one direction. It's not all good news, but going into some of those details. The way that we've dealt with inclusive economy in Apec has been to say we're interested in those parts of the economy that don't necessarily get easy access to the integrated, open competitiveness of this buzzing region. And so Philippines has led a lot of discussion about some of the areas that are less than well integrated into the Apec economy. And three big examples for those have been small and medium enterprises. And we've been looking a lot at things like how new electronic technologies, how clipping into new supply chains, how ensuring that trade facilitation and free trade areas are really focused on the needs of small and micro, not just big. Also, services sector, which of course has always been a strength for the Philippines. And I'd say also women in the economy. Did you know that in this country, this is the only country, as far as I can see, where women own most of the businesses? So there's been a big focus. No, I think men have got to do better. So that's been our way that we've looked at inclusive economy. Now we've had another angle on it as well, which is inclusive business. So we've heard that with a lot of interest as to just what that might bring. And I mean, I had to learn what is meant by inclusive business. I'm a little bit fuzzy, still about corporate social responsibility, shared value, social enterprise, philanthropy, but you're saying inclusive business is different from that. I'm understanding you to say it's where businesses buy from or hire from or sell to others who might be classified as bottom of a pyramid. But it's not so much governments doing things, it's business doing things. And that ran right through the discussion, both from the private sector discussants and the public sector ones. Does it work? Well, I'm the cynical one who did that very first message saying, can you make money from inclusive business? I'm obviously not the only person in the room who was wondering about that, because a lot of you said yes, you also wanted an answer to that question. Well, we got an answer from that first panel, a very clear answer that in those particular circumstances, yes, you can, and it can be part of corporate behaviour, and that was very interesting for us to learn that. What should government do? Well, the business panel said a couple of things. They said infrastructure, yes, and we're doing a lot on that in Apec. They said clear policies, and then I think they also said hands off. And we hear that as well, but this is primarily different from what a lot of Apec does. A lot of Apec is government to business. It's not business to business. And indeed, we're limited just what we can and should be doing in terms of business to business. But this is a lead from business sector about what can happen. Well, can we contribute? My role as Executive Director of the Apec Secretariat is I do get to see the many initiatives that Apec does, and there's actually several hundred of them. It's a big, complex system. And also to ask some hard questions about should we be doing things or not doing things. And in this area in inclusive business, we have to be cautious about what Apec can reasonably do. First of all, does it have business involvement and business buy-in? Well, we heard in this particular case very clearly yes, and we heard also from ABAC that it's been in the ABAC agenda, but it needs to stay in the ABAC agenda, or else we won't be picking it up and running with it just on our own. Also another question, does it interest developed as well as developing economies? Now, all the examples we heard about were developing economies, even the presentation from Japan. And for APEC, we are a combination of 21 small and large market and less market, developed and developing, and really, for us, projects need to have the interest of all of those members, and that's something to think about, and we do need to hear a bit more about that. Is APEC the right organisation? We're not a development bank, and we're also not a poverty reduction agency, primarily. What do? We spread best practice and communicate best practice in those standalone areas that we're operating in. And in those interconnected areas we're operating in, we help find harmonised systems, common platforms, integrated ways of making things fit together in a similar way so that we don't have an American system, a Chinese system, a Japanese system, a something else system. We have systems that work together and can interconnect appropriately. So I think that is a question for us. Now, we also do certify processes where we find good processes that can work more generally, and I'm sure there are things that we can do. I think we're also something of a test kitchen. That's been our history. Initially around border issues, trade facilitation, then behind the border, business facilitation, and a lot of the good ideas you'll see around WTO, TPP, things like that, did start in APEC. And that's what we still continue to be quite good at, but that's because we are a voluntary consensus-driven organisation. And again, that's something where we can help spread word on inclusive business, but we can't just do or order inclusive business. One thing we didn't hear very much of today was that this has already been discussed in APEC in the investment experts group. We heard a bit from our Japanese colleague on that. And actually, the investment experts group, led partly from the Philippines, did develop quite a bit of material there, and it's there on their website that you can see. And in addition, some of this was discussed also in our policy partnership on women in the economy last month. So there has been some discussion about it. Where could it go from there? Well, I can certainly think of a number of areas that APEC could be interested in. We did take note of what you said on policy partnership, on food security in Peru next year. That is a possibility. We can also think of a number of other areas of work we're working on in energy, mining, rural product study, smallholders and global value chains, and regulatory reform, as Carlos said, where we could also see it tied in more closely. But for us to take it forward, certain things do need to happen. In the next couple of days, senior officials will be meeting here in Manila, and they'll have to consider how they want to handle this issue of inclusive business, whether they want to promote it through to ministers and have it in the minister's statement. There's already provision for this, but final decisions still have to be taken on that. And then it actually needs to have a home in terms of the working groups and where that might be actually moved forward. Philippines has shown a lot of leadership in all of this, but it's only going to go forward if the next host for Apec is interested in showing that as well, and that will be Peru. And at this stage, I've got the pleasure of handing over to Peru Ambassador de Negri to close this. Thank you very much, everybody.
I have to lower it because Mr. Bollard is much higher. So Mr. Bollard, I think, has done not only a summary of what the dialogue has been here, but of all the APEC aspects. No, I cannot even dare to imagine compete with that. So I think he's done enough for the meeting. It's been very delayed, but I would like to say that as next host, we have the idea of continuing issues because it's the only way to strengthen policies and mechanisms and to generate conscious of what challenges are and what challenges we want to take care of. So Peru, I hope, will have the same quality of leadership, the same quality of level of organization. I would like to congratulate the Philippines for those two things that they've proven that they have done an excellent work. And now it's our challenge to be at the same level, if possible, even to improve it. That will be even harder, no? But thank you very much for the hospitality of Philippines. For a Peruvian being here in Philippines is special because they are the Latinos of Southeast Asia, so not feel very far away from home. So congratulations, not only for this high-level dialogue, but for all the organization that I'm sure it will conclude next week with excellent results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bollard and Ambassador de Negri. Now, I'd just like to, before we formally close this, maybe end where I first started, which is, if you don't mind, pull out your smartphones. I'm going to ask one question, and let's see how much we learned about inclusive business today. So if you go back to your audience response system, we'll post up the question. What are the characteristics of an inclusive business model? Okay, I see a few answering. Here again, let me repeat. What are the characteristics of an inclusive business model? It seeks market returns, it utilizes commercial funding, it engages low-income people as part of the company's core business, or all of the above? And while you're answering, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers from DTI's Board of Investments, led by Undersecretary Che Cristobal, and Assistant Secretary Fe Agoncillo Reyes and her team as well for the wonderful arrangements. I'd like to also thank all our speakers and our panelists and our moderators, both Marcos and Rafa, and Ambassador de Negri, and of course, our good friend, Dr. Alan Bollard. So, the response, okay, you have, like I say, we have been preaching to the choir here, And, but all of the above, and I think so. Eriko Ishikawa will be happy because I think that is exactly what she's been espousing. So thank you very much. You've been a great audience. It's been a long afternoon. I think you all deserve a drink. And in fact, DTI and Board of Investments will be serving drinks right upstairs in the mezzanine level of the hotel. We'll see you for cocktails. Thank you very much. Alan, thank you.